Chapter 729. P.S. Thank you, book friend. 1-31015-21175-8912. Thank you, book friend. Boom, boom, boom. In a vast, savage, great world, the ground cracked, mountains and rivers changed course, and rocks flew everywhere. A terrifying aura spread across the entire planet, making it impossible for anyone to exist on this planet. It was as if they would be torn apart and vanish in the next second. The Emperor's aura was vast and mighty. An emperor in brocade clothes kept attacking. On the vast land, lava boiled, replacing the flying sand and rocks. F***CK. Does this old thing have to be so ferocious? Lin Fei blocked and retreated at the same time. The Emperor's seal was really domineering. It crushed everything and had extraordinary destructive power. Lin Fei, who had the god-demon body to protect himself, was still beaten until he coughed up blood. There were several wounds on his body. At the worst, white bones could be seen. It was a shocking sight. Lin Fei was once again sent flying by the embroidered gown emperor. He smashed into a tall mountain, causing boulders to fly everywhere. The protective heaven, reaching divine pagoda, was now covered in black cracks. It was like a dried-up river that could collapse at any moment. After devouring a god-king, Lin Fei's strength had long since increased by leaps and bounds. However, when facing the Holy Mother, who had devoured a supreme god sovereign and cultivated the sovereign's might, the boundless sovereign's might that could suppress the heavens and change everything, Lin Fei still felt powerless. She was the most terrifying boss in life. The Holy Mother was already so powerful. If she entered the upper worlds, Lin Fei could imagine that it would be a nightmare for immortals. I can't go on like this. If I keep using up my immortal power, I'll die sooner or later. Lin Fei thought, and the Holy Mother's attacks are too fierce. It seems like she wants to kill me here and now. Lin Fei's mind worked quickly. Could it be that the Holy Mother's power is not enough to fight for a long time? Lin Fei's eyes flashed. Everything seemed to be clear. If that's the case, heaven and earth furnace protect me. Invulnerable. He put away the heaven-reaching tower. It was a treasure after all. Lin Fei was no longer tired of running. He stood in the sky and looked at the Holy Mother who had caught up. Boom! The gigantic palm descended from the sky. Before its power even reached Lin Fei, the land for hundreds of thousands of li below Lin Fei crumbled. Lava spewed out, dyeing the land red. The heaven and earth smelt was unparalleled under the heavens. It was an existence that surpassed even immortal weapons. How could it be broken so easily? Clang! The heaven and earth smelt didn't budge at all. The palm that contained the might of an emperor was unable to shake the heaven and earth smelt. Lin Fei just stood there, protected by the heaven and earth smelt. Bang, bang, bang. The embroidered gown emperor attacked unceasingly. Magma flew everywhere, filling the sky with a fiery red color. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure in your hands that can block the attack of the sovereign seal. The Holy Mother, who had been following behind, was clearly surprised. You have the treasure. I have the treasure. We are about the same. Lin Fei laughed heartily. But if you want to take me down, it won't be that easy. I guarantee that you'll fall until your head bleeds. When the Emperor is enraged, the divine authority is enraged. The Holy Mother waved her hand, and the sovereign seal descended from the sky. The 4 golden words turned into 4 golden dragons that whizzed down. The sky seemed to be torn apart. The golden dragons showed their might. The aura of an emperor condensed and attacked along the heaven and earth smelt. The attack was even more frenzied than before, and a large part of the void was torn apart. Ha ha ha! Old witch, you're destined to be disappointed. Lin Fei laughed. You're trying so hard to kill me. I'm afraid you haven't recovered your strength yet. Boom! Beneath the magma, fire dragons rushed out and whizzed in all directions, raising a red curtain in the sky. The fire dragons and golden dragons attacked from above and below. Sovereign divine fist, universal celebration. The Holy Mother looked at the sovereign seal. Where it couldn't suppress, the sovereign seal dissipated. What was left was a supreme fist technique that contained the might of an emperor. The huge Jingguang star shone brightly, and the people submitted. The magma and rocks for thousands of li seemed to have stopped at this moment. A big move, a real ultimate move. So what if you know? The Holy Mother laughed out loud. This king is invincible. Flames of a universe, he might call. The god of fire descends and destroys everything in this world. Rumble. In a savage, desolate, great world, flames appeared within a 5,000-kilometer radius. All of them soared into the sky, coming from all directions. Whoosh, 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 the flames were like water, all converging together. The sky and earth were dyed red, like a rising sun. A flame giant, with divine markings on his forehead, appeared again. He held a flaming divine trident in his hand and wore battle armor. He stood between the sky and earth, and the ground that wasn't affected split open rapidly. Flames flew out and automatically entered the god of fire. Kill. This move was the full power of Lin Fei's heaven and earth smelt. It could communicate with the flames of heaven and earth, and the fire of the magma was under its control. A long flame dragon whizzed out, colliding with the Holy Mother's attack. The sky and earth collapsed, and everywhere was affected. The entire planet was riddled with holes. Added to the fact that it had been barren before, its aura was now on the verge of destruction. It could be said that the savage great world was on the verge of collapse. If this went on, it would die. It would become a dead planet, and life would no longer exist. The Holy Mother attacked unceasingly. The might of an emperor descended upon the world. She was the strongest expert in the world, and every move she made caused the sky and earth to split, tearing apart all living things. Lin Fei used the heaven and earth smelt to protect himself. He drew upon the power of the flames of the savage great world and the god of fire. He used the power of the great world to resist the Holy Mother. The two fought fiercely. They fought from the south to the north, and then from the north to the south. They crossed the entire great world, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. There wasn't a good place, and everything was in ruins. This battle lasted for a full 2 days and 2 nights. There was no clear victor. Bang! The god of fire was destroyed by the Holy Mother's punch. The power of thousands of flames gathered again, and another majestic and awe-inspiring god of fire descended. Old witch, we've fought for so long. Do you think you can suppress me? Lin Fei had a rare look of exhaustion on his face. After 2 days of continuous fighting, he was exhausted. The Holy Mother was stronger than he had imagined, and she had lasted for a full 2 days. The Holy Mother sat on her throne with a solemn expression. I've underestimated this Lin Fei. Not only does he have the heavenly divine pagoda, but he also has such a heaven-defying protective treasure. He can last until now. I can't go on any longer. Lin Fei is a scourge. A puny human had lasted 2 days under her hands. This was something the Holy Mother could not accept. You're the only one who has surprised me, the Holy Mother said proudly. But you'll never be my match. Now, I'll let you see my true attack. Holy Mother's World. Voila. Chapter 730. P.S. Today is Singles Day. I wish everyone a happy holiday. Outside the planet, the terrifying aura was not only on the planet, but it also spread out. The words passed down from generation to generation are indeed true. The Holy Mother is really the greatest enemy of the human race. The Human Race Alliance retreated and left the area. The Sovereign's aura was too strong. Even if they were far away, it could still affect them. Apart from a limited number of big shots, everyone else left on the warship to avoid being affected. If they did not leave now, once the Holy Mother arrived with the Sovereign's aura, many of them would die. No one could resist her divine aura. I wonder how the situation is. The ones who stayed were the representatives. Even though they were far away from the savage world, they could still feel the terrifying Sovereign's aura. The warship's array was activated, and they could only resist it by circulating their own strength. The Holy Mother's power was something they had never seen before. Alliance leader Lin will definitely be invincible. Even so, they were still very worried. The Holy Mother was not ordinary. They were not confident. They finally understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better than you. Rumble, a loud sound exploded from the planet, and the omnipresent supreme aura rushed out. The big shots on the warship instantly vomited blood, their faces pale. Let's go. This unexpected scene caught them off guard. The aura was even more terrifying than before, and it was as if it was going to crush them in an instant. They had no doubt that if they were still on the savage world just now, they would definitely be crushed into pieces under this tyrannical aura. Their primordial spirits would not be able to leave either. What's going on? Even when they were very far away, their hearts still palpitated. Rumble, rumble, before they could calm down, a series of sounds exploded from the distant planet. Then, they saw an unforgettable scene. That's the Holy Mother? A huge body was entrenched on the planet. It was tens of thousands of feet in size. It appeared in front of everyone just like that. From afar, it was like a huge blazing sun. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes to look at it. They had never seen the Holy Mother before, but when she appeared on the planet, they realized how terrifying she was. If such a huge body descended, even the Shintian continent would not be able to resist it. Where's Alliance Leader Lin? Holy Mother's huge body coiled up, but they realized that Alliance Leader Lin had disappeared. At this time, Lin Fei was in the world created by the Holy Mother. They were huge insect eggs that filled the huge space. There were countless of them. At a glance, there were black eggs, white eggs, and eggs of all colors. It was hard to imagine that there would be so many insect eggs in the Holy Mother's body. Holy Mother World? Just like that, Lin Fei used the heaven and earth smelt to protect himself. He wasn't worried at all. The Holy Mother used the Holy Mother's world to swallow Lin Fei. Thus, Lin Fei appeared in the Holy Mother's world. Apart from the eggs that filled the sky, there were also huge blood vessels that transported nutrients to nourish the densely packed eggs. Lin Fei glanced over. Some of the eggs were brightly colored in green. It was as though there were living creatures about to hatch from within. They had yet to be born, but they were powerful. Some of the eggs were grayish-white and showed no signs of hatching. Lin Fei seemed to understand what this Holy Mother's world was. He should be inside the Holy Mother's body. This was the place where God-kings were hatched. This was the Holy Mother's grotto heaven, which was isolated from the outside world. Lin Fei, your divine might is really shocking. You can communicate with the earth fire and block my attack. The beautiful woman appeared again. However, no matter how strong you are in my body, all your mystiques will be restricted. You will lose the existence that you are so proud of. Insect Queen power. Threads descended from the sky, interweaving to form an inescapable net. Lin Fei instantly felt that his strength was completely suppressed. He couldn't use it, especially his immortal energy, which was constantly disintegrating. At this moment, the Insect Queen power that the Holy Mother sent down was much stronger than the Insect Queen power from before. It was many times stronger and had completely suppressed his strength. Lin Fei also realized that the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the outside world had disappeared without a trace. It was completely isolated. This was the first time that Lin Fei had encountered something like a grotto heaven. He could only calm himself down. Not a bad mystique. I'm afraid that the essence of your insect queen is in here, right? This treasure of yours is not bad. I have my eyes on it. The Holy Mother strode over and reached out to grab the heaven and earth smelt that was protecting Lin Fei. From the very beginning, the Holy Mother had been able to tell that this treasure was extraordinary. It was able to completely block her attacks. In fact, even she herself had not been able to tell what was so special about it. Now that Lin Fei had lost his mystiques, he could forget about communicating with the heaven and earth treasure. The Holy Mother wanted to torture Lin Fei alive. First, she would break the opponent's attack and destroy everything. Lin Fei's eyes flashed coldly as he smiled. It was a smile of victory. You're wrong. Even though his immortal power was being suppressed, the heaven and earth smelt did not require immortal power to communicate with it. It was formed from a god-tier skill and could be controlled with just a thought. The heaven and earth smelt, slammed upwards, and knocked the Holy Mother's grab away. A fire dragon flew out of the smelt and coiled around the Holy Mother's arm like a giant snake. Hua, 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 the god fire descended and burned everything. The Holy Mother's expression changed. She had to cut off her arm to stop the fire from burning. This is not earth fire. The Holy Mother's eyes revealed a rare look of fear. Lin Fei smiled. Who said that my fire was earth fire? You fell for it. That must have felt bad. The Holy Mother had always thought that this fire was earth fire and that it was not a threat to her. She had miscalculated and nearly implicated her main body. This treasure of yours is not bad. I can still suppress you and torture you to death. The Holy Mother activated the power of the Insect Queen. Let me assimilate you. You don't have to resist anymore. The power of the Insect Queen filled the sky. The surrounding space was suppressed, making it impossible for anyone to move. Since the power of an emperor could not do anything to the other party, the Holy Mother decided to use the power of the Insect Queen to assimilate him. She did not believe that Lin Fei could still turn the situation around at this juncture. Lin Fei suddenly raised his head and smiled. Old wretch, the last thing you should have done was to bring me into your paradise from the outside world. God fire, burn everything. Hua, hua, hua. The god fire flew out of the heaven, and earth smelt like a vast river. It surged into the paradise and destroyed everything within it. Pung, 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 one by one, the gray-white eggs exploded under the god fire, killing the existences within. At the same time, the essence entered Lin Fei's body. The god fire continued to gush out like a huge well with water flowing out from below. It was an unstoppable trend. No, the god fire descended and burned everything in the world. The Holy Mother looked at the eggs, exploding one after another. All sorts of existences were killed, and her face twisted. She could not believe that the other party carried such domineering flames. It's too late. The heaven and earth smelt didn't have many things, but it had an endless supply of god fire. It could be considered a trump card for Lin Fei. Even under the situation of being isolated by the Holy Mother, the heaven and earth smelt was not restricted at all and still displayed its domineering side. Streams of strong and weak essences entered his body. Lin Fei revealed a look of enjoyment. He was really starting to enjoy it. He activated the god fire and charged at the brightly colored eggs. Gray-white eggs, let alone these brightly colored eggs. Stop! The god fire was incomparably domineering. The brightly colored eggs couldn't last long and exploded one after another. The moment they exploded, Lin Fei seemed to see an existence similar to a god king. The Holy Mother went completely crazy. She sent down many clones in an attempt to stop the god fire. Unfortunately, she couldn't. The god fire was an existence of extreme yang. Bang, bang, bang. The Holy Mother attacked Lin Fei in a frenzy while Lin Fei was deep within the heaven and earth smelt, using the god fire to block all attacks. Boom, a large number of eggs exploded, followed by the explosion of the thick blood vessels. The Holy Mother's world was currently suffering a huge blow. No, it was a destructive blow. The god fire turned into countless fire dragons that bared their fangs and claws at the eggs. It was as if Lin Fei had eaten a tonic. The power in his body kept increasing. Even killing a god king wasn't as satisfying as today. With the heaven and earth smelt and the god demon body, Lin Fei's defense was extremely shocking. The Holy Mother couldn't break through it at all. That feels good. Thank you for helping me. The Holy Mother's eyes continued to spurt blood. Her paradise world suppressed everything, and such an accident had never happened before. But now it seemed like something unexpected had happened. This Lin Fei was like a nightmare that was destroying her children. He was destroying everything. Hatred. The Holy Mother was filled with endless hatred. Facing this unknown flame, she couldn't block it all. She could only watch as the eggs were burned to death. If the Holy Mother had known that things would turn out like this, she would not have accepted Lin Fei. This was her own fault. She had thought that she was smart and thought that she could kill him. Who would have thought that she would end up shooting herself in the foot? For the first time, the extremely strong insect mother was helpless. As the essence entered his body, Lin Fei's aura continued to rise. Endless god fire swept the entire Holy Mother's world. Pung pung pung, Lin Fei, stop. The Holy Mother went crazy. In such a short time, she had suffered a huge loss. These eggs had a huge impact. She had never thought that one day she would be destroyed by an outsider. Chapter 731. Rumble. In the starry sky, the Holy Mother's massive body continuously exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the entire planet trembled. The existence that had occupied the planet disappeared from the sky. At this moment, the Holy Mother was in a sorry state. She had never imagined that her insignificant decision would turn out to be a mistake, and that her opponent would reverse the situation. In the Holy Mother space, almost all of the eggs had been destroyed at this moment. No matter how strong the Holy Mother was, there was nothing she could do at this moment. She could only watch helplessly as the other party made a move. This king regrets it. The Holy Mother attacked once again, but when it was ineffective, she raised her head to the sky and let out a rare cry of despair. The Holy Mother's space was the Holy Mother's greatest existence. All sorts of insect eggs could be used to cultivate powerful existences, but now it could only watch helplessly as it was destroyed. Bang, 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 countless more insect eggs exploded. Lin Fei's aura shot up into the sky as streams of energy landed on his body. He controlled the heaven and earth smelt, looking down on everything in its path and destroying the existence of the Holy Mother. Kill! Lin Fei slashed out with his sword, and the sword light swept across, destroying all kinds of insect eggs. Be it grayish-white or bright-colored, they could no longer resist Lin Fei's divine might. Boom! The sky was filled with sword light, and the Holy Mother's clone was killed. I didn't expect that the eggs in the Holy Mother's space could increase my strength again. With my current strength, it's equivalent to 30 celestial immortals, right? Lin Fei slaughtered his way over, activating the heaven and earth smelt to absorb the clear streams of energy after the explosions. His strength continued to grow. If it was somewhere else, he definitely wouldn't be able to suppress the Holy Mother. Speaking of which, this was Lin Fei's luck. Even the heavens were helping him. One wrong decision had made him what he was today. Inside the Saint Mother's space, the Saint Mother tried to use the Insect Queen's power to assimilate him. Coincidentally, Lin Fei had the peerless power of the system's vital energy, which could dispel the Insect Queen's power. It was precisely because of this that Lin Fei was able to resist the invasion back then. If it had been someone else, they would not have been so lucky. Speaking of which, this was a kind of luck. The Holy Mother's space was extremely large. Right now, it was within a sea of flames. Under the roasting of the divine flames, no ordinary things could survive. It could be said that the Virgin Mary's space had become a dangerous place. In the end, Lin Fei saw an ugly golden being in the depths of the Holy Mother's space. It was the beautiful Holy Mother. This is the true form of the Virgin Mary. Trapped. The divine flame arrived, and a huge fire lotus suppressed the Holy Mother within the lotus. Holy Mother, you lost. Lin Fei held the divine sword in his hand and looked at the Virgin Mary. At this time, the Holy Mother was unable to resist. Her own strength had increased, and her control over the divine flame had reached another level. She was already able to completely suppress her opponent. Ever since the Virgin Mary's space and the insect eggs became Lin Fei's tonics, Lin Fei could feel that the Virgin Mary's aura was constantly weakening. Lin Fei knew that these insect eggs were the foundation of the other party. If he lost them, it would affect his strength. When I dominated the world, there was nothing I couldn't do. Even back then, powerful immortals couldn't do anything to me. The Holy Mother's face was filled with indignation. You were the only person who could defeat me. If you hadn't brought me to your territory, I wouldn't have been able to increase my strength again. This is a karma, said Lin Fei. Today, let me send you to hell and completely destroy you, lest the people of the continent be plunged into misery and suffering. With the strength of 30 celestial immortals, Lin Fei stabbed out with his sword. His strongest strike tore through the void and went straight for the Holy Mother's body. I can never be killed. The Holy Mother let out a despairing cry. Holy Mother, under the heavens, you and I are one. Rumble, the Holy Mother's body suddenly exploded, turning into a dark green color that filled the sky. Lin Fei frowned. A bad aura descended from the sky. He saw a green light fly over. The divine sword slashed at it, but the green light collided with it. Puffed. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. A green light rushed into his forehead and tore apart his god-fiend body. Lin Fei, I will completely dominate you. The Holy Mother's true spirit. Lin Fei was alarmed. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, a beautiful woman appeared. She raised her hand and used the Emperor's seal to suppress Lin Fei's essence soul. Bang! Even with the immovable wisdom king god, the Holy Mother's true spirit was extremely powerful. With a raise of her hand, she suppressed Lin Fei. Ha! You and I are one. From now on, there is no distinction between us. The Holy Mother whizzed over, trying to occupy Lin Fei's essence soul. Lin Fei's strength had increased, but his essence soul had not. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the weakest existence. F***CK. Lin Fei definitely didn't expect the Holy Mother to have the courage to self-destruct her body. Her true spirit left her body and prepared to forcefully occupy his essence soul to control him. The Holy Mother's true spirit used all her strength to suppress his essence soul. Lin Fei could only watch helplessly as she flew over. Am I really going to fail at the last moment? Lin Fei was really unwilling. If his essence soul was controlled by the Holy Mother, then in the end, it was equivalent to wasting his efforts. F***CK. Let's all die together. Lin Fei was furious. Even though self-destructing his essence soul had a huge impact on his body, he couldn't let the Holy Mother occupy him. At that time, the situation would be even worse. This was definitely not what he wanted to see. Right now, Lin Fei definitely didn't want the Holy Mother's goal to succeed. The Holy Mother flew over and revealed a victorious smile. Accept reality. Explode. The Holy Mother tore apart the immovable Wisdom King God's protection and saw Lin Fei's ruthless self-destruction. Such a huge essence soul exploded in the sea of consciousness just like that. No, the Holy Mother's true spirit's defense was not as good as before. How could it resist the self-destruction of Lin Fei's essence soul? She definitely didn't expect that Lin Fei would self-destruct his essence soul and perish together with her. Outside, Lin Fei's consciousness turned black. His eyes closed, and he fainted just like that. The essence soul was equivalent to a part of it. The impact on Lin Fei was too great. When Lin Fei fell into darkness, in the depths of the sea of consciousness, a divine light shone out. It was like a warm spring breeze sprinkling on the sea of consciousness. Ding! Detected that the host is injured. Activating automatic recovery ability. Ding! Unable to capture. Ding! Activating full recovery. Ding! Activating recovery, capturing all objects. Unfortunately, at this time, Lin Fei was already unable to hear this sound. So losing one's essence soul is actually so painful. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lin Fei woke up from the darkness. He was no longer in the Holy Mother's world. Instead, he was above a piece of magma, wrapped in scorching flames. The self-destruction of the essence soul, the unbearable pain, directly caused Lin Fei to faint. This time, the Holy Mother, that old witch, is going to die. Lin Fei stood up. His face was full of bitterness. It was really unbelievable that this would be the final result. He, who had victory in sight, was instead turned around by the Holy Mother. Even if he killed the other party, he would also suffer heavy injuries. Losing his essence soul had a huge impact on him. Lin Fei subconsciously looked into the depths of the sea of consciousness. This was a subconscious action of his. Chapter 732. Primordial Spirit. In the depths of Lin Fei's sea of consciousness, which he thought was empty, there was something like a primordial spirit. How is this possible? I didn't kill the Holy Mother? Lin Fei was shocked. He couldn't accept it. He had self-destructed his primordial spirit, but he still couldn't kill the Holy Mother. At first glance, the existence in the depths of Lin Fei's sea of consciousness was like the Holy Mother. My strength isn't affected? Lin Fei subconsciously sensed his own strength. There should have been some effects after detonating his essence soul, but when he checked, that did not happen. This time, Lin Fei was surprised. That didn't make sense. Could it be that something went wrong again? Lin Fei kept reminding himself that the Holy Mother's true spirit shouldn't have survived. After self-destructing her primordial spirit, the Holy Mother would die without a doubt. However, anyone who saw the current situation would be shocked. I'll know if it's the Holy Mother or not if I sense it. Lin Fei calmed himself down and tried to communicate with it. It was a bit troublesome at first, but after a while it felt smooth. In the depths of Lin Fei's sea of consciousness, the existence suddenly opened its eyes. Before Lin Fei could react, a large amount of aura poured into the river of memories. At this moment, Lin Fei was stunned, completely immersed in the river of memories. It was a vast starry sky. On an uninhabited planet, a weak existence appeared on the planet, constantly improving and evolving. Lin Fei didn't move at all. The lava rushed over and turned into a stream of water. He didn't know how long had passed. When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, there was a boundless vicissitude in them. It was as if an ancient person had appeared. I didn't expect to have such a fortuitous encounter. Lin Fei laughed. He didn't know how long he had experienced in the river of memories. It was like a dream. Everything was too unrealistic, but the river of memories told him that everything was real. An entire continent. I am the first lucky person. Lin Fei laughed at himself. It turned out that just now, Lin Fei had transformed into the insect queen, started off as a weak existence, wandered the boundless starry sky, and then invaded one powerful race after another, enslaving them. Everything had really happened. What was 3,000 dreams? Lin Fei had some understanding. Come out. The existence in the depths of Lin Fei's sea of consciousness moved and appeared before Lin Fei. This should be a primordial spirit, or the Holy Mother. Due to the appearance of the system, his primordial spirit had fused with the Holy Mother, and his appearance was no different from before. However, Lin Fei knew that he was different now. He had obtained all of the insect queen's memories. His primordial spirit had obtained all of its memories, and he had even obtained the ability to hatch. Lin Fei really couldn't accept this result. What heavy taste. At this point, Lin Fei did not know what to say. He had originally wanted to kill the Holy Mother, but it seemed that he had killed her. However, his primordial spirit had fused with the Holy Mother's true spirit. What's going on? I wonder if those beings in the upper realm will kill me. Lin Fei couldn't help but guess. It could be said that Lin Fei's primordial spirit had been reborn and became a different kind of existence. It was no longer a single primordial spirit. This is really a headache. Lin Fei shook his head and decided not to think about it for now. He would slowly think about it when he returned. At this point, there was nothing more to say. After all, he couldn't self-destruct again. Lin Fei was afraid. That kind of pain was too unbearable, and he did not want to experience it again. The planet is quiet. Is the result of the battle already decided? In a faraway place, a warship was parked on the planet, constantly observing the changes of the planet. After the entrenched Holy Mother disappeared, they couldn't help but worry. They didn't want to see a scene that they couldn't accept. From the bottom of their hearts, they hoped that Alliance leader Lin would win. If the Holy Mother won, they wouldn't be able to stop her. Everyone was silent. Look, someone is coming out. No one knew who shouted this. They saw a figure appear. Although there were many wounds on his body, they recognized him. But they recognized him. We won. At this moment, cheers erupted on the warship. Alliance leader Lin had killed the Holy Mother. The foreign tribe army had disappeared, and the human alliance had won. This news spread across the continent at once. It could be said that it had spread throughout the entire world. We won. These words came out of their mouths one after another. The continent was filled with cheers. As for the other continents, they were almost the same. They were in a state of joy. Since the beginning of the foreign tribe invasion, countless people had died, and countless dynasties and empires had been destroyed. At this moment, they could cheer loudly. We won. They didn't know how many days they had waited for this day, but now they could finally see it. Lin Fei's name, the continent's hero, had spread across the entire world. There was no one who didn't know of him, and Lin Fei's strength was publicly recognized as the number one. Every remaining dynasty and country erected statues of the continent's hero, Lin Fei, in the plaza for the continent's martial artists to worship. Everyone knew that without the continent's hero, Lin Fei, there wouldn't have been any subsequent victories. For an entire month, the continent was filled with cheers and all sorts of celebrations. The mythical city became a unique place on the continent, and it was called the Mythical Land by the martial artists of the continent. 2 months after the victory, a piece of news came from the Mythical Land. The Supreme Alliance leader, Lin Fei, would hold a grand wedding and marry 3 wives. When this news came out, it shook the entire continent and the entire world. All the elders of the sects began to gather in the mythical city. Those who couldn't come came to sincerely wish Lin Fei and his wives a happy marriage. Mythical City, City Lord's mansion. With a smile on his face, Lin Fei accepted the gifts from Tai and the others. You're deliberately trying to extort us. Tai laughed. In half a month, they would ascend to the heavenly realm. We have a tough life. Before we ascend, we still have to be extorted. Spiritual Master He Tian joked. Ha ha! Lin Fei was dressed in a brocade robe. If I don't extort you, who else should I extort? Lin Fei had thought about this wedding for a long time. Now that the continent had returned to peace, and he would soon ascend to the heavenly realm, this grand wedding was needed. All right, our groom, prepare to welcome the 3 brides, Tai said with a smile. At that moment, a force descended from the sky and appeared in the City Lord's mansion. It was the Demon Master dressed in black. This time, the foreign race's attack on the demon race had caused great losses. In the past few days, the Demon Master had been reorganizing the demon sect. He had put in a lot of effort into everything, especially the member of the council. He had changed the demon sect's terrible position on the continent. You 2 leave first. I have something to say to the alliance leader. Tai and Spiritual Master He Tian couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. They turned around and left. Alliance leader, don't you think that today's wedding is missing a bride? The Demon Master said solemnly. Demon Master, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Lin Fei knew that a headache had come, so he pretended to be confused. The Demon Master said with hatred, you don't need to pretend. Are you going to marry my daughter or not? Don't think that I won't dare to make a move just because you are strong. For my daughter, I will dare to do anything. That? Are you mistaken? Nangong Xianqian's face appeared in Lin Fei's mind. My daughter is the daughter of the heavens. Many people in the continent want to marry her, but in the end, my daughter is enchanted by you, and you are pretending to be confused. The Demon Master came here today to make Lin Fei marry his daughter no matter what. Don't say that you don't like my daughter. My daughter likes everyone who sees her. Lin Fei didn't know how to describe his feelings for Nangong Xianqian. It was a very vague feeling. Like, of course, perhaps because he had 3 women by his side, Lin Fei had misgivings and didn't dare to face this problem. But I'm going to ascend soon. As soon as he said this, Lin Fei knew that he had said something wrong. What did he say? Didn't that give him a reason? The Demon Master laughed. You are a man. If you like her, then like her. There is no need to be so wishy-washy. Before you ascend, just leave a seed for my daughter. What is so surprising about that? Lin Fei sweated. But now, it seems that it is too late, right? Lin Fei wanted to use this reason to say, this is what Big Madam asked me to give to you. The Demon Master took out a communication device, looking as if his plot had succeeded. Lin Fei extended his divine sense into the communication device. Big Madam Lin Jiqing's words were left in it. Hubby, Qian is a good girl. We can see that she usually comes to our mansion. Qian has a strong personality and doesn't dare to take the initiative to say it. But from the bottom of her heart, she likes you very much. I have made the decision for you and accepted little sister Qian. You can't be angry. Lin Jiqing's smiling face was left. Seeing this scene, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His own woman was helping him. The demon master laughed. Why are you still not calling me father-in-law? Father-in-law, you are really swift and decisive. Lin Fei felt relieved. If he liked her, then he liked her. There was no need to care about it. Good. The bride is here. There was a long cry in the sky. The huge mythical city expanded once again on its original foundation. In the sky, huge dragons appeared one after another. On the dragon at the front, there were 4 brides in a row, dressed in white wedding dresses. What beautiful brides! At this moment, the 4 brides became dazzling existences. The brides riding on the dragons came from the sky. Chapter 733. The Alliance Master's wedding was the grandest one on the continent. Originally, there were 3 brides, but now there were 4. To everyone's surprise, 3 of them were known to the visitors. One was the first wife, Lin Jiqing. Another was Miss Jean Feng when she was young. The last one was said to be his maid. They hadn't seen each other for more than a decade. All 3 of them knew each other very well. Who would have thought that the last one would be the daughter of the Demon Lord? This wedding was destined to be a grand one. Alliance Master Lin Fei welcomed 4 beautiful brides at the same time. Everyone was truly envious of him. Everyone sincerely gave their blessings to the Alliance Master. The continent's hero, Lin Fei, became a legend on the continent. After the grand wedding, Alliance Master Lin Fei seemed to have disappeared. From time to time, people would see Alliance Master Lin Fei with his 4 beautiful wives. They would appear in many worlds, free and unfettered. They became a celestial couple in the eyes of others. For a while, Alliance Master Lin Fei's whereabouts became a mystery. Everyone knew that the Alliance Master was about to ascend, so no one came to disturb his celestial life. On this day, on an uninhabited planet, a group of people appeared on the planet. A group of people appeared on this planet. At a glance, the entire place was barren and filled with a deathly stillness. Ever since the alien tribes started plundering, countless planets had become barren. No one knew when or where they would recover. In the sky, the clouds gathered together, forming a playground. I'm so envious of you. You can bring 4 beautiful wives and live a carefree life. You've made countless people jealous. On a tall mountain, tens of thousands of feet tall, it pierced through the clouds and reached the ends of the sky. Tai looked up at the cloudless sky. Soon, he would ascend from there. His eyes showed a rare nostalgia, which was soon replaced by excitement. Today, Tai and the others would ascend to the heavenly realm. Lin Fei had come to see them off. It could be said that Tai and the others were friends on the continent. Moreover, he wanted to see the sacred scene of ascension. If you're envious, I can help you suppress your strength. Lin Fei said with a smile. Forget it then. Rumor has it that the heavenly realm is the holy land of the demon clan. Back then, the demon clan dominated the ancient times, and no one was a match for us. At that time, the human clan was still extremely weak and had not become a mainstream. I really want to see what the heavenly realm is like. Lin Fei had heard of this rumor. In ancient times, the demon clan had indeed dominated the world, and the human clan was in decline. It could be said that the demon clan had a glorious time. I hope that by the time I come up, you will have already made a name for yourself in the heaven realm. I, Tai, will definitely make a name for myself. Tai nodded vigorously. He was filled with yearning. I hope I can suppress you and win against you. Ha ha! After an unknown period of time, there was movement in the sky. It was time to ascend. Lin Fei returned to the white cloud, and the 4 beauties were playing with Lulu. They were having a great time, and their laughter echoed. Daddy, what's that? Little Lolita appeared in Lin Fei's arms, looking curiously at the golden light sprinkling down from the sky. A welcoming ceremony. Lin Fei said with a smile. Golden light descended from the sky, covering the entire sky. Everyone seemed to be covered with a layer of golden muslin, full of the aura of immortals. A huge whirlpool appeared at the end of the sky. The immortal music continued, and milky white light shone down from the whirlpool, landing on Tai Yi and the others. The aura was very peaceful, and all emotions seemed to stop at this moment. This is the immortal Qi guiding them up. At some point, the demon lord had also appeared. It had been a long time since anyone on the Xiantian continent had ascended to the heavenly realm. Controlled by the immortal Qi, Tai Yi and the others flew toward the whirlpool in the depths of the sky and rushed into it. This scene happened quickly, and it disappeared just as quickly. After they entered the whirlpool, the golden light began to disappear, and the sky returned to normal. If it were not for the scene just now, perhaps no one would have known that someone had ascended here. There's really nothing to see about this ascension. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. After the whirlpool in the depths of the sky opened, Lin Fei tried to use his divine sense to check it, but it was blocked by a mysterious force, and he could not see what was behind the whirlpool. Now you know, the demon lord laughed. The ascension that everyone hopes for is just another suffering. Lin Fei understood the demon lord's meaning. So, you stayed and never thought of ascending to the heaven realm. However, you want to stay in the lower realm? The demon lord's strength was at the celestial immortal level, and he forcibly sealed it so that he did not want to ascend to the heaven realm. Many celestial immortals did the same. I want to ascend for now. The demon lord shook his head. In this realm, I'm already a top figure, but in the heaven realm, I'm just a lowly existence. If that's the case, why should I ascend? When I'm tired of it, I'll ascend. Lin Fei did not make fun of him. The demon lord's words were very reasonable. In this realm, one could do whatever they wanted. After ascending, it was no different from starting anew. In a place like the heaven realm, which was rich in resources, there was no way to stand out. Many people in the Xiantian continent thought so. That's quite reasonable. Lin Fei sighed softly. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm so strong, I would have followed your example and stayed in this realm for 100 more years. Since the battle in the savage world, Lin Fei's strength had increased again. As soon as he returned to the Xiantian continent, he was immediately pressured by the heavenly Tao, which wanted to expel him. This repulsive force was constantly increasing. It became very difficult for Lin Fei to resist. Before ascending, you must leave a seed for my daughter, the demon lord said with a smile. It's best if she gives birth to a son. I'll definitely raise him to be the future heir of the demon sect. Lin Fei looked at him with disdain. You're so old and disrespectful. If you have the ability, go have one yourself. Don't keep thinking about me. The demon lord laughed loudly. After Tai Yi and the others ascended, the continent regained its peace. Lin Fei took advantage of the remaining time to wander around with his 4 wives, enjoying his last days of happiness. Soon, he would also become one of the ascended members. The 4 beauties seemed to know that each of them was making the best use of their last moments to enjoy their last moments together. Outside of the carefree world, Lin Fei was busy making babies. The 4 beauties all requested to have a child so that they would have someone to rely on. After reaching the celestial immortal level, making babies was already very easy. As long as Lin Fei was willing, he could conceive a child. If Lin Fei didn't want to, no one could force him. Chapter 734. The night was like water, and the stars shone brightly. On a towering mountain, a figure stood there. His black robes and long hair fluttered in the wind. He was like an emperor descending upon the world. It was cold at the top. From my rebirth until now, so many years have passed in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect that I would have to experience the feeling of parting again. This person let out a rare sigh. It was like he was reminiscing about the past. His emotions were boundless, causing one to be filled with endless reveries. Aren't you going to say goodbye to them? A few figures appeared behind him. They just stood there. Hee, since you know that it's a parting, it's better not to say anything to them. The black-robed man laughed. Who asked me to be someone who hates things like parting that hurt feelings? I don't want to see them crying. This person was none other than Lin Fei, who had watched Tai Yi and the others ascend back then. After Tai Yi and the others ascended, Lin Fei avoided talking about ascension so as to not ruin his mood. During the day, he would accompany them to play and be carefree. At night, he would be busy making babies. Time would always pass by inadvertently. In the blink of an eye, a year was up. The day of ascension had arrived. Tonight, the moon was bright and the stars were shining brightly. It belonged to Lin Fei. The power of the heavenly Tao kept on descending. Lin Fei could no longer continue to resist. He had no choice but to leave this realm. In order to not make his women sad, he didn't tell them the date of ascension, nor did he tell them the location. Lin Fei didn't like to leave this realm while crying. That's true. Things like ascension are truly a little painful. The Devil Lord agreed. Lin Fei didn't need to worry about the matters of the continent. The mythological city had already become a mythological place. With the power he left behind, in addition to the fact that the alien races had already been eradicated, the days ahead should be peaceful and prosperous. Father-in-law, after I ascend, I still need you to help me take care of me. The Devil Lord spoke in disdain. Who doesn't know that your mythology city has become a holy land on the continent? Divine martial cannons are everywhere. Whoever dares to come here will be beaten into a hornet's nest. You still have the cheek to say that? Sweat. In order to ensure the safety of Mythology City, Lin Fei installed a large number of divine cannons. One could say that he could sweep through as many as he wanted. Even for heavenly immortals, they wouldn't dare to have any designs on Mythology City. If not, they wouldn't even know how they died. Those who had received grace from Mythology City before would definitely gang up and attack. That's the end of the line. It doesn't count. Lin Fei said with a smile. Don't worry and ascend. The Demon Master could only say, as long as I'm around, no one will dare to have any ideas about Myth City. In fact, Lin Fei really didn't need to explain anything. Open. Lin Fei opened up his own power and communicated with the supreme existence of the upper realm. Suddenly, a wave of energy landed on his body. It was warm, making him want to sleep. At the same time, it was trying to transform his physical body. Get out! Lin Fei sent the power flying. He already had a god-devil body, so he didn't need an immortal body. The demon master below looked at Lin Fei, who was ascending. For some reason, a thought appeared in his mind. The scourge is finally gone. He can go and wreak havoc in the heaven realm. I wonder how many people will be harmed this time. Such a huge foreign race with as many experts as there were clouds. In the end, they were all destroyed in the hands of Lin Fei. In the eyes of the Demon Master, Lin Fei's ascension this time was probably going to start a new round of calamity in the heaven realm. He didn't know how many people would be harmed because of this. Sharp change. Lin Fei could feel that the true essence in his body was changing rapidly, becoming incomparably thick, immortal energy. The power it emitted was also increasing by several times. When he was about to reach the end, the true essence in Lin Fei's body had changed by 70% to 80%. Every move of his was filled with supreme power. If he were to face the Holy Mother now, it wouldn't be as strenuous as before. Boom! And at this moment, a change occurred. In the vortex, a huge black hand descended from the sky. It crossed the space and slapped down with boundless power. Rumble. Within the range, a large number of barren planets collapsed and fell into the endless starry sky. Something's wrong. The Demon Master was sent flying. His eyes were filled with shock as he watched Lin Fei being struck into the passage. The celestial music was destroyed by this palm. F***CK. Lin Fei, who was in the passage, cursed loudly. He spat out blood and completely lost consciousness. He didn't expect that someone would plot against him at this time. An unknown amount of time passed. Lin Fei slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a blue sky with white clouds. From time to time, there would be huge birds and beasts flying across the sky, covering the sky and the sun with terrifying immortal power. Is this the heaven realm? Lin Fei turned his head and found himself in a forest. Dense, immortal energy was constantly drilling into his body. Ding discovered that the host is seriously injured. Ding, automatically absorbing immortal energy to repair injuries. Ding, the recovery time will last for 2 hours. Suddenly, a sound came from the system. F*CK, damn guy, taking advantage of my ascension to sneak attack me. Lin Fei checked himself. There was no place on his body that was unharmed. He was almost on the verge of collapse. This was a heavy blow. This was the first time Lin Fei was so seriously injured. It was even more serious than when the Holy Mother attacked. He was almost unable to move. The palm that came from the passage was too strong. Coupled with the suppression of ascension, he couldn't block it. He could only rely on the god-demon body to resist. It must be the Almighty behind the sword god. Other than him, no one would dare to attack me. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with killing intent. Sooner or later, I will kill my way up here, despicable brat. Unable to use his strength for 2 hours, Lin Fei didn't know why, but he felt a rare sense of crisis. A mysterious almighty from the heaven realm attacked and wanted to kill him. However, the other party didn't expect that he would use the god-demon body to block it. Lin Fei was worried that there would be something else. This was dangerous, but his injuries were too serious. He could only pray that the heavens wouldn't take care of him. At the same time, a mysterious force appeared outside a mountain range. Each of them emitted a powerful aura. If someone heard this, they would recognize that these people were all experts in the late stage of the heaven immortal realm. That ascended brat must be in this area. There are orders from above. Regardless of life or death, we must find his corpse and bring it back. If anyone dares to stop us, kill them all. A guy in black who seemed to be the leader, emitting an aura that surpassed the heaven immortal realm, ordered a group of subordinates sternly. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures rushed into the forest like wolves and tigers and began to search for the ascended brat. Just a little ascended brat. What are the higher-ups thinking? Why would they send us and muster so many people to find such a person? The immortal from the Iron Mountain had a sharp gaze, as if he could see through the mountain range with a glance. Then, he entered the mountain range. Chase! That mid-stage, heaven immortal iron-armored beast is injured. It can't run far. We can't let anyone beat us to it. In a desolate forest, there were large trees lying in a disorderly manner. It was obvious that there had been a battle in this place before. 8 or 9 figures rushed out of the forest. After a round of investigation, this was what they said. This group of people were all heaven immortals. The strongest one was a complete heaven immortal realm expert, carrying a black bow. They stopped for a moment, then quickly chased in one direction. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, towering trees fell down one after another. It turned out that an immortal beast that was hundreds of feet long had appeared in front of them. It was covered in black scales. Wherever it passed, trees would be cut down. This immortal beast was called Iron-Armored Beast, a heaven immortal beast. It was proud of its leather armor, which had great defense. Therefore, it had always been the target of the bounty immortal. Whoosh! A Jingwang shot out like a meteor. The terrifying aura caused the trees on both sides to explode and turn into dust. Pung! Blood splattered on the iron-armored beast. More than half of its body exploded, and the white bones could be seen. Boom! The injured iron-armored beast roared at the sky. It didn't die. Whoosh! 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 Clang! 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 The blood-red, iron-armored beast opened its mouth, and a black tombstone flew out. It shone brightly and blocked the arrows. The 3 fierce arrows were like stones sinking into the sea. Ha! We found the right thing. It's this thing. Behind them, there were sounds of joy. Everyone attack. We can't let the iron-armored beast escape. Dong! Dong! After blocking the attacks, the iron-armored beast kept the tombstone and fled in panic, scaring away countless birds. Earthquake! Lin Fei, who was lying on the grass, twitched his ears. He clearly felt that the earth seemed to be shaking. The gravel on the ground jumped up inadvertently. F*CK, This is the heavenly realm. How can there be an earthquake? It must be a fierce beast. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. God, don't play with me like this. Unfortunately, Lin Fei's expectations were useless. The trembling continued to increase. It was clearly coming in this direction. Dong, dong, dong. The earth was like a drum, shaking nonstop. It's going to kill me. Lin Fei's injuries were not good. He couldn't move. If he encountered an immortal beast, he would be eaten. Bang, bang, bang. Countless towering trees fell, and a colossal figure charged out of the forest. A thick stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. Damn it! The iron-armored beast was in a panic. It didn't care about anything else and rushed forward. Sovereign's descent. At the most dangerous moment, Lin Fei could only let his primordial spirit fly out. After merging with the insect queen, he inherited everything. His god-demon body had recovered a lot. Lin Fei didn't want to be kicked by this huge monster. Who knew what would happen? He didn't want to continue lying on the ground. The insect queen merged with countless emperors. Sovereign's descent was extremely powerful. The iron-armored beast's bell-sized eyes were filled with fear, as if it had seen something inconceivable. Its huge body began to tremble, and it took a step back before collapsing onto the ground. Dust flew into the air, and cracks appeared on the ground. F***, it was scared to death just like that. Lin Fei was dumbfounded again. He didn't even make a move. Just the sovereign's descent was enough to scare an immortal beast to death. What was going on? How could an immortal beast of the heavenly realm not be scared? Someone is coming. Lin Fei quickly retracted his primordial spirit and was secretly on guard. Chapter 735. When Lin Fei put away his primordial spirit, he was secretly on guard. A group of people appeared around the iron armor beast, and when they saw the iron armor beast lying on the ground, they were all shocked. The iron armor beast's vitality was strong. It could be seriously injured and not die. It could be said to be immortal. Only powerful immortals could kill the iron armor beast. Under normal circumstances, it would take a long time to kill the iron armor beast, constantly exhausting the iron armor beast's chi and blood, killing the other party. The iron armor beast died just like that. They were naturally shocked. There's someone here. Soon they found Lin Fei nearby. Captain, it's him. The injuries on his body are not light. I don't know how he was injured like this. An immortal said to the person who came up. Cheng Fei was the captain of this adventure team. With the strength of the early Xian immortal, it was him who seriously injured the iron armor beast. Otherwise, he would not dare to attack it. This person's injuries are very serious. Cheng Fei was a middle-aged man. His face was oppressive, giving people a sense of oppression. A pair of sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through people, see through anyone with a glance. This is a Xian immortal powerhouse, so strong, at least the strength of 100 heaven immortals. Lin Fei, who was pretending to be unconscious, felt the powerful aura. It was definitely stronger than him. The other party's powerful aura did not affect Lin Fei at all. The primordial spirit grasped the Emperor's power. It did not have any aura. Captain, what should we do? Someone next to him asked. This person should be an ascender. Cheng Fei said thoughtfully. He doesn't have the unique immortal robe of our heaven realm on him since we met. Let's help and form a good karma. An ascender doesn't appear on the ascension altar. Why is he here? A voice full of questions. Maybe he's unlucky. Someone laughed. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. 2 hours was not long. Lying across the mountain range, it was not safe, but with him there was a certain guarantee of safety, and, at the same time, he could understand the situation of the heaven realm. Lin Fei was completely clueless about the heaven realm situation. He did not know anything. After Cheng Fei explained, he went straight to the ironback. Someone next to him began to peel off the leather armor of the ironback and took out the black tombstone at the same time. Captain, your archery skills have improved again. Even the ironback beast died under your arrows. Ordinary people say that the iron-armored beast is not easy to deal with, but still died under the captain's arrow. Ha ha. Only Cheng Fei frowned and looked at the ironback beast on the ground. You're mistaken. This ironback beast died in the hands of someone else. What? Killed by someone else? How is that possible? The team members were shocked. They all knew how powerful their captain was. His archery skills had killed countless immortal beasts. The Iron Armor Beast was clearly killed by him. The Iron Armor Beast has a huge amount of chi and blood, so its vitality is strong. Look at the Iron Armor Beast's expression. It was clearly scared to death. Chang Fei pointed at the Iron Armor Beast's big eyes. Look, he's really scared to death. Heavens, who did it? Could it be a passing golden immortal expert? Everyone's backs were drenched in cold sweat. Whether it's a golden immortal expert or not, we've saved ourselves a lot of trouble. Pack up and leave quickly. Chang Fei raised his head. The Iron Armor Beast has a huge amount of chi and blood. After its death, it will undoubtedly attract many powerful immortal beasts. They moved even faster. After peeling off the fur and taking some flesh, they carried the unconscious Lin Fei and left the place. Lin Fei, who was lying on the stretcher, had already heard some information. These people were from an adventurer team. They specialized in hunting immortal beasts to complete various tasks. This time, they came to hunt the Iron Armor Beast and retrieve the lost tombstone. It turned out that this Iron Armor Beast had once killed a team and swallowed a tombstone. Over time, it became a protective existence, so someone entrusted them with the task of retrieving the tombstone. An hour later, the roar continued and echoed in the sky. It seemed that the saying was true. Powerful immortal beasts appeared and plundered the flesh and blood of the Iron Armor Beast. What a terrifying aura! It makes people's heart palpitate. Lin Fei was secretly surprised. The immortal beasts of the Heaven Realm were so powerful. It was no wonder that so many ascenders had ascended. It seems that I don't have to worry about not having resources to level up in the future. Lin Fei planned to open the system and obtain the reward for leveling up after he recovered from his injuries. As for why he couldn't do it now, the system was repairing the injury. Where's this? After pretending for a distance, Lin Fei woke up faintly, revealing a blank look. Kid, you're finally awake. You're really lucky. A young man next to him was the first to notice and said with a smile. You are? Lin Fei continued to pretend to be confused. Where am I? My name is Xue Shan. Everyone calls me Xiao Shan. The young man Xue Shan introduced himself. This is the Heaven Realm. You're not an ascender? Don't you know that? Lin Fei said with a sudden realization. So this is the Heaven Realm. Xue Shan laughed out loud. People who come here for the first time are all like this. Instead, you're not at the Ascension platform. Why are you here? Furthermore, you're so heavily injured. If it wasn't for your good luck, I'm afraid you would have been trampled to death by an Iron Armor Beast. I don't know either. When I ascended, there was an unforeseen event in the passageway. Then, when I woke up, I became like this. Lin Fei hid one of the almighty figure's attacks. Oh, why are you so unlucky? Xue Shan exclaimed. This is clearly the passageway collapsing. You were crushed by the passageway. It seems that your luck isn't bad. Congratulations to you for surviving. Lin Fei chatted with Xue Shan like this. Moreover, both of them were young people of similar age, so it was easy to get along with them. As an ascender, there will usually be an ascension platform when you fly up from the lower realm. Xue Shan explained. At the ascension platform, there will be sects there to take back their ascended disciples. Looking at you, you definitely don't have a sect. Otherwise, you wouldn't have suffered like this. Lin Fei nodded. I'm a loose cultivator. I don't understand these things. I'm not too clear about the Tao. Xue Shan suddenly sighed. As a loose cultivator, it's actually best not to ascend. Everyone says that the Heaven Realm is beautiful. But after you ascend, you will know that the Heaven Realm isn't as beautiful as you imagine it to be. Sect disciples are different. Xiao Shan, what are you saying? Don't scare him. Chang Fei walked over. His words scared Xue Shan so much that he shut his mouth. Captain, this is the truth. A loose cultivator and a sect disciple are like a biological mother and a stepmother. We come to the mountain range to hunt immortal beasts for days and cultivation resources. Sect disciples come to the mountain range to gain experience. The difference is really different. Chang Fei sighed. I've heard about your experience. Looks like your luck is bad. You met with the collapse of the Ascension Passage. Fortunately, You safely reached the heaven realm. You were heavily injured. Since you met us, your life is saved. I'm Chung Fei, the captain of this team. If you don't have anything else to do, you can temporarily follow us. Thank you. Lin Fei's heart warmed. To Lin Fei, this was the best outcome. He could constantly understand the heaven realm. We're all ascenders. It's only right to help each other, Chung Fei said. The group quickly left the mountain range and headed outside. Their mission was completed. They didn't need to stay in the mountain range anymore. A few hours later, stop. Just as they were leaving, they were suddenly stopped by a sharp voice. Not far ahead, a small team of 5 appeared. They were all wearing black immortal robes. It was obvious that they were of high quality, especially the aura of a pagoda embroidered on their chests. As soon as Chung Fei and the others saw these people, nervous expressions appeared on their faces because they recognized who these people were. Purgatory sect. Shuaishan couldn't help but exclaim, Xiao Shan, this purgatory sect seems to be very powerful. Lin Fei asked. Shuaishan looked at the purgatory sect people in front of him and lowered his head. He lowered his voice. Of course, purgatory sect is powerful. In our northern region, they can enter the top 100 sections. They have hundreds of thousands of disciples. They have many experts. Most importantly, they have a huge backer. In a short time, Lin Fei already knew that the heaven realm was divided into eastern region, southern region, northern region, and western region. He was in the northern region. Immortal friend from Purgatory sect, what business do you have with us? Chung Fei respectfully went forward and stopped not far away. He never dared to offend an immortal sect like Purgatory sect. Although there were only 5 people in this group, they represented the Purgatory Gate. Experts were as common as the clouds in the sky, and any one of them could kill them 100 times over. It's good that you know about our Purgatory sect. A team leader came forward. Let me ask you, have you seen a heavily injured young man? He is a serious criminal of our Purgatory sect. If you have seen him, you will receive great benefits. Chung Fei lowered his head. For some reason, the ascender he had saved appeared in his mind. No, the team leader waved his hand. Go and check if anyone is an imposter. The 4 Purgatory sect disciples behind him rushed forward with murderous intent, not caring if Chung Fei would agree or not. Purgatory sect, I'll remember you. Hearing their words, Lin Fei immediately knew that these Purgatory sect people were coming for him. In this mountain range, the heavily injured one was him. He didn't need to think to know that it was the order of that Almighty to bring him back. Not this one. Not this one either. The 4 Purgatory sect disciples rushed forward and rejected them one by one. Then their gazes fell on the only injured person. What happened to him? Shuaishan answered carefully. We were attacked by an iron armor beast on the way. Our team member couldn't dodge in time and was injured. What a coincidence. The team leader's eyes lit up. This person is suspicious. The higher-ups had ordered them to search this mountain range for a young man, dead or alive. They had to find his corpse and reward them handsomely. The team leader and the others did their best to find the person and make a great contribution to leave a good impression. The rewards especially made them envious. They would rather kill a wrong person than let one go. They would capture him first. Chapter 736. The squad leader at the Purgatory Gate was prepared to bring this person back and show off his skills. He would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Chung Fei, who had his head lowered, had a cold glint in his eyes. He took out a black bow and infused it with immortal power. He shot out immortal arrows one after another, catching them off guard. Chung Fei was an early-stage Xian immortal. This was a powerful killing move that killed them one by one. After all, they were only sky immortals. Team leader. His subordinates were all scared out of their wits. The team leader had acted so quickly that they couldn't think about what was going on. They were in a daze, the words of the Purgatory sect echoing in their minds. The person they saved was a criminal of the Purgatory sect? They couldn't accept this. An ascender was a criminal of the Purgatory sect. What kind of joke was this? They couldn't believe it. Perhaps even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe it. They had never heard of anyone attacking an ascender, let alone a major immortal sect like the Purgatory sect. What are you standing there for? Clean up the scene. Chung Fei's words brought them back to their senses. Do you want them to come knocking on our door? Lin Fei was also stunned. He hadn't expected this team leader to kill someone from the Purgatory sect. Actually, you don't have to do it. I will do it myself. Lin Fei came down and said to Chung Fei, Amazing. Chung Fei laughed. You're an ascender. You must have done something great for the Purgatory sect to take action. It's really interesting. What's the big deal about killing a few people from the Purgatory sect? The Purgatory sect has always been extremely domineering. In order to gain merit, they will do anything. Do you think they will let us go? It's all my fault. Lin Fei, who had recovered his strength, said in shame. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to lure them away and then kill them. That way, this wouldn't have happened. However, he had ended up dragging them down with him. Let's leave the mountain range. As long as we leave, they can't find any evidence and can't do anything to us. Let me destroy the evidence. Lin Fei waved his hand. Divine fire flew out and burned the scene. Everything was burned into nothingness. Even the aura they left behind disappeared. Not bad. Clean and direct. Chung Fei was slightly surprised. It was rare to see evidence disappear like this. Chung Fei had killed someone from Purgatory sect. At first, the team members were shocked, but then they returned to normal, as if they had done something insignificant. Instead, they were very interested in Lin Fei. There were very few people who could make the Purgatory sect take action. Little Lin, what exactly did you do to make the Purgatory sect come looking for you? Shueshan wasn't a calm person, so he was naturally the one who asked the most questions. Kill one of their geniuses from the lower realms. Lin Fei came up with an excuse. In his opinion, the sword god was a genius from the upper realm. For the sake of a single person, he attacked him as soon as he arrived. So what if he wasn't a genius disciple? F***CK, so awesome. Shueshan's eyes lit up in admiration. Then your strength, isn't it awesome? Geniuses from the upper realm are geniuses among geniuses. Not bad. Xiaoshan, don't ask anymore. We're going out soon. Chung Fei's voice sounded at the exit of the mountain range. This was originally a huge exit. At this moment, a large group of people in black gathered here, setting up a checkpoint. The people from Purgatory sect are really overbearing. We have nothing to do with their felons. Why do they have to check us? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful that the people from Purgatory sect hear you. If they kill you, you can only suffer in silence. There were quite a number of people here. There were more than 100 of them, and they were all hunter teams. At this moment, they were complaining, but they didn't dare to say anything. They couldn't afford to offend the Purgatory sect. Next, at the checkpoint, the people from Purgatory sect checked them one by one, emitting a repressed aura. The people from Purgatory sect really mustered a large force. When Chung Fei and the others appeared, they were really shocked. At the checkpoint alone, there were more than 10 Xian immortal powerhouses and no less than 100 heaven immortals. It could be seen how much they valued people. Where is he? Shueshan looked to the side and realized that he was gone. He was still there just now, but now he was gone. After a little surprise, Shueshan returned to normal. Chung Fei still had the same expression on his face. After waiting for an hour, it was their turn. After checking and registering, they left the checkpoint. After leaving the mountain range, they took out their celestial swords and flew on them. A large number of people from Purgatory sect headed towards the mountain range. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Since when did a felon cause Purgatory sect to muster such a large force? What? Our small team was killed, and the corpses were destroyed to cover up the evidence? At the checkpoint, a piece of news came that shocked them. That person actually attacked and killed their people. Inform the sect to lock down the mountain range. No matter what, we have to find that person. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. I think that person's strength can't recover so quickly. He must be seriously injured. The overseeing expert gave a death order. A felon actually dared to kill their disciples. Provocation, absolute provocation. Purgatory sect quickly turned out in full force. A large number of disciples locked down the mountain range and carried out a huge search to prevent anyone from escaping. This action shocked everyone. Countless people started guessing what kind of background this serious criminal of the Purgatory Gate had for the Purgatory Gate to mobilize such a large force. Your concealment technique is amazing. You can actually hide from the search of a mystic immortal expert. When Lin Fei came out again, he was already very far from the mountain range. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to follow them out, but when he saw the checkpoint, he realized that doing so would be inconvenient. Thus, he entered the divine flame space and left the mountain range without anyone noticing. Little Lin, Purgatory Sect's people have their eyes on you. For the time being, it's best not to show your face in public, lest they find you. Chung Fei said, in the wilderness, they can do whatever they want, but in the city, they won't dare to do anything. You'll be safe there. I won't be impulsive. Even though Lin Fei really wanted to kill them all and teach them a lesson, this wasn't the right time to do so. When he ascended, he had been struck by that palm, causing the immortal energy in his body to not be completely converted. Lin Fei had to wait until the immortal energy was completely converted before he could make a move against them and make their Purgatory Sect suffer. Chapter 737. While the Purgatory Sect was searching for a certain person had already appeared in the city. No one knew how they would react when they heard the news. They would probably find it hard to believe that someone could escape after being seriously injured. If they knew about it, it would not be as simple as sealing it. Immortal Wild City. At this moment, a certain someone was in Immortal Wild City, in an average-sized city in the northern region. How is it? The Heaven Realm is much livelier than the lower realm, right? Walking on the streets, he met the immortals coming and going. All of them had powerful auras. Lin Fei met many Xian immortals and Heaven immortals everywhere. There were also many who had not become Heaven immortals, so they were all natives of the Heaven Realm. In order to cultivate to Heaven immortals, the people of the lower realm had to go through countless dangers and finally ascend to the Heaven Realm. However, for the natives, they did not need to cultivate much, and becoming Heaven immortals was not a big problem. Yes, there are many experts. Lin Fei did not even dare to release his divine sense, because he did not know when he would encounter a powerful enemy. Among the immortals, it was taboo to use divine sense to check. In the words of Earth, this was equivalent to asking a woman's age. It was an impolite behavior. Some of the hot-tempered immortals might teach you a lesson on the spot. If they lost their temper, they might even want to kill you. When you see a real expert, you won't think that way. Chung Fei said, the Immortal Wild City's city lord has the strength of a golden immortal. He can kill thousands of Xian immortals with a wave of his hand. Lin Fei chuckled and did not say anything. In his opinion, golden immortals were nothing. This is where we live. Very quickly, Chung Fei and the others appeared in front of a house. The surroundings were very quiet. After entering, there was a courtyard inside. It seemed out of place compared to the situation outside. It was very quiet. Are you surprised? Shueshan said with a smile. It is indeed very quiet. There are many people like us in Immortal Wild City. Shueshan said, we usually look for cheap houses. Shueshan brought Lin Fei and opened an empty house. For the next few days, you can stay here. Anyway, we have more empty houses here. The size of the house was not small, and there were many rooms. It could be seen that Chung Fei's adventurer team had many members in the past. Thanks. Take a rest first. I'll call you when it's time for dinner. Shueshan smiled. Just treat this place as your home. The layout of the room was very simple. For Lin Fei, he did not have any requirements for a place to rest. After all, he had not ascended to the immortal realms to enjoy life. Captain, isn't it too risky for us to bring him out like this? In a room, a few team members, including Shueshan, were present. It seemed like they wanted to get an answer from Chung Fei. They were surprised that Purgatory Sect would make such a move to capture a fugitive. What surprised them was that they were involved. Even though the Purgatory Sect was just a decent sect in the North region, it was nothing compared to those big sects with millions of disciples. To them, there is not much difference between hundreds of thousands of disciples and millions of disciples. In any case, they could not afford to offend them. Sowing good karma. Chung Fei said such a sentence. Good karma? They were very surprised to hear such a sentence. You guys should have overlooked one thing. Chung Fei said again, even if I attacked the iron armor beast with strong vitality, I could only injure it and could not kill it. In the end, it was scared to death. Do you think he could survive when a golden immortal passed by? This time, everyone understood. Captain, you suspect that it was Xiao Lin who scared the iron armor beast to death. Someone said in surprise. That shouldn't be possible, I think Xiao Lin is only a heaven immortal. How could he scare the iron armor beast to death? This doesn't make sense. They did not think that the other party could scare an immortal beast to death. If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. It would be terrible in the future. This is just a guess. Chung Fei said, everyone, just pretend that it never happened. As ascenders, we should help people from the lower realm. At this moment, they seemed to understand. Perhaps, as the captain said, they were sowing good karma. I didn't expect the sound-listening bug to have such an effect. In the room, Lin Fei opened his eyes and smiled. It turned out that he had eavesdropped on their conversation just now. As a newcomer to the heaven realm, Lin Fei had to guard against them. After listening to their words, he couldn't help but overthink. They had no intention of harming him at all. The sound-listening bug was hatched from the primordial spirit. It did not need to consume much energy. It could eavesdrop on everything and ignore the search of divine sense. It was a first-class eavesdropping thing. Since the primordial spirit fused with the insect queen, Lin Fei grasped the ability to hatch it. The divine sense of a heaven immortal could still be useful in the lower realm, but in a place like the heaven realm, it was nothing. Therefore, Lin Fei thought of using the primordial spirit to hatch some small species, and the sound-listening bug was one of them. It seems that I am being paranoid. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. They helped me in order to make a good karma, but I was thinking too much. I am ashamed. After turning off the sound-listening bug, Lin Fei began to convert the remaining primordial spirit into immortal energy so as to prevent it from leaking out. This conversion took more than half a day. Only when Shueshan took the initiative to knock on the door did he stop. The primordial spirit in his body had almost been converted. Little Lin, it's time to eat. Shueshan shouted from outside. Coming. Lin Fei opened the door and came out. Shueshan took a look and said in surprise, You are so powerful. You converted primordial spirit so quickly. Back then, in order to convert primordial spirit, it took me more than a day. The dinner was very sumptuous. This is blood nourishing. It is very helpful for healing. A table full of delicacies, all of them replenished qi and blood. As said, it was very helpful for healing. I thought that the people of the upper realm would not care about these 5 grains. Lin Fei was quite curious. In the lower realm, food was relatively simple. We don't know about this. Chung Fei gave a rare laugh. Could it be that there is something else? Shueshan interrupted. Of course there is. Chung Fei said, In the heaven immortal realm, one needs to have strong qi and blood to have strong vitality. It is equivalent to building a foundation for breaking through to the Xian immortal realm in the future. Although it is not very useful, the heaven immortal realm and Xian immortal realm is a threshold. As long as there is a chance, no one will miss it. Lin Fei suddenly understood. No wonder when I entered the city, I saw many heaven immortal realm people with strong qi and blood, like wild beasts. At that time, I was puzzled. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. During this time, Chung Fei said a lot of things that should be paid attention to in cultivation, which was of great help to Lin Fei. If Lin Fei was to explore by himself, it would take a lot of time. After dinner, Lin Fei returned to his room. He was very grateful for what Captain Chung Fei had said. He had benefited a lot from it. My injuries have recovered. I should open the system and see what good things are in the lottery. Lin Fei said in his heart. With the appearance of Purgatory Gate, there was a certain amount of pressure on his head. Open the system. Ding. The system is updating. Estimated time is 1 day. Please wait a moment. Just as he was about to open the system gave him such a reply. Lin Fei was quite surprised. The last time it was updated again? What a torment. Forget it, forget it. Lin Fei shook his head. In any case, one day doesn't matter. The system could not enter, but it did not mean that Lin Fei had nowhere to go. Great Emperor's Senfu. Regarding the Great Emperor's Senfu, other than the time when Lin Fei came, he did not come often and was in a state of forgetfulness. After ascending to the heaven realm, Lin Fei realized the importance of the Great Emperor's Senfu. Do you think that an immortal Emperor's Senfu would be ordinary? Congratulations to your successor for ascending to the heaven realm and opening the Great Emperor's Senfu's treasure. The Great Emperor's Senfu, Lin Fei had always been by his side. As soon as he entered from the outside, Lin Fei came to the main hall. A familiar person appeared in front of him again. The Great Emperor's Senfu's treasure, Black Demon. Hearing this, Lin Fei was startled. The Great Emperor's Senfu's treasure. That's right, Black Demon said. This was left behind by my master, the Eternal Emperor. If you are unable to ascend in your lifetime, then you will not know this secret. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Where are the treasures? Quickly tell me. After ascending to the heaven realm, Lin Fei did not bring many resources. Almost all of them were left below. It could be said that he came up empty-handed. Not here, Black Demon said. Master's treasure is in another place. With your strength, you will not be able to get it for the time being. You must first cultivate Master's secret art. Isn't this making me happy for nothing? Lin Fei curled his lips, then his eyes lit up. I can cultivate the Great Emperor's secret art. The martial arts of the lower realms were limited in the heaven realm. Lin Fei had always been worried that the Great Emperor's secret art would be delivered to his door. It was no different from sending a pillow when he wanted to sleep. How could he not be happy? Follow me. There were many places that Lin Fei could not enter in the Great Emperor Senfu. Under Black Demon's lead, not long after, they arrived in front of main hall. The door opened. Master's secret art is inside. Given your strength, you can learn one secret art. Black Demon said, as for the secret art, it will depend on your luck. Master's secret art is famous in the heaven realm. It is unparalleled in the world. Every secret art is a secret art among secret arts. Seize the opportunity. Lin Fei became spirited. For the Senfu's artifact spirit to say this, the secret art left behind by the Great Emperor must be extraordinary. He took a step into the main hall. Lin Fei was in a starry sky. The starlight was bright, and there were countless moons and stars. It was vast and boundless. This, Lin Fei was shocked. What a great deal. Use your divine sense to sense it, and you will be able to find a secret art. Black Demon's voice followed. Lin Fei calmed his mind and sat down. He used his divine sense to sense the secret art left behind by the Great Emperor in the starry sky. Outside the main hall, Black Demon stood there. Chapter 738. The starry sky was vast and boundless. The enormous stars were equivalent to supreme arts, shocking the world. Everyone who saw them couldn't help but feel envious. What a majestic aura. It can even block my divine sense. Lin Fei's heart sank into the starry sky, and he released his divine sense to communicate with the planets. He wanted to learn the peerless arts and increase his strength so that he could have a foothold. The ultimate arts of the Eternal Emperors were indeed left behind by the Eternal Emperors. Each planet was like a supreme existence. No matter how hard Lin Fei tried, he couldn't communicate with them. After an hour, Lin Fei didn't gain anything. Calm down. I have to calm down. If the ultimate arts of the Eternal Emperors were so easy to learn, they wouldn't be the ultimate arts of the Eternal Emperors. He kept extending his divine sense to try to communicate with the ultimate arts, but they didn't budge. He lost count of how many times he had failed. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. They really didn't give him any face. After calming down, Lin Fei looked at the ultimate arts again. If I can't communicate with them with my body, then I will use my invincible sword intent. I don't believe these ultimate arts won't react. Lin Fei thought. After a round of inspection, Lin Fei found some problems. These planets had a certain reaction. It wasn't too obvious, but he could still feel it. Invincible sword intent, sword god descends. Lin Fei activated his invincible sword intent. He turned into an immortal sword, revealing his sharpness. A supreme sword god condensed in the vast starry sky. His appearance was exactly the same as Lin Fei's. After displaying the invincible sword intent, Lin Fei started to sense the ultimate arts. As expected, everything was as he had imagined. The moment the invincible sword intent appeared, the vast starry sky seemed to quiet down in an eternity. It was incomparably mysterious. Lin Fei finally realized that the ultimate arts were starting to change. The first change was that some of the ultimate arts didn't move at all. They had no aura, as if they were dead. However, some of the ultimate arts showed a kind of resistance, a subconscious resistance. After the first wave, Lin Fei decided on the ultimate arts. Those that didn't move, he refused. There are a total of 18 planets. I will test them one by one. I don't believe that I can't find one that suits me. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. In the end, he decided on 18 planets. There was hope that he could pick out an absolute art that was suitable for him. On the first planet, he displayed the invincible sword will, but the reaction was not very big. Lin Fei chose to give up for the time being. This was the first time Lin Fei tried to choose an absolute art. Although he did not know how to knock on the door, he understood one thing. As long as he targeted the one with the biggest reaction, he would not go wrong. I didn't expect the successor, Lin Fei, to find a way so quickly. The Senfu's artifact spirit, Black Demon, had been paying attention to the situation inside. Black Demon was very satisfied with Lin Fei's performance. Lin Fei did not show any signs of anxiety or irritation, completely in line with what a successor should do. Black Demon's impression of Lin Fei changed once again. This won't do either. This one is average. The reaction isn't that big. This one won't do either. The reaction is too small. There's almost no difference. Lin Fei evaluated. At the beginning, he was not anxious. After checking the planets one by one, he started to get anxious. If this continued, things would go out of his plan. Brother, I can't be this unlucky, right? Lin Fei's eyes twitched. This is the last one. Don't let me down. In the blink of an eye, it was the last planet. In other words, the 18th planet was Lin Fei's last chance. After displaying the invincible sword will, there was no reaction. It was impossible to communicate with it in a short period of time. Only these 18 planets, Lin Fei had a chance. The previous 17 planets had a mediocre reaction. Lin Fei was not willing to miss this opportunity. If this last chance was the same as before, Lin Fei could only choose one of the planets and learn one absolute art. The invincible sword will communicated with the last planet. As soon as he did so, a strong reaction rushed over like tide. With a voila sound, Lin Fei's invincible sword was like a lonely boat that encountered a storm on the sea. A wave came crashing down and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei's expression changed. He was secretly shocked. Such a strong momentum. It can actually disintegrate my sword will. Lin Fei was very clear about what his sword was like. In the blink of an eye, it was disintegrated by the planet. He had encountered a shocking absolute art. Communicate. Lin Fei gave up on the other planets. His divine sense began to cover the planet. He was ready to learn this supreme, absolute art. It could disintegrate his invincible sword will. Such a powerful absolute art must be extraordinary. At first, Lin Fei's spiritual sense encountered resistance. However, after an hour, he managed to breach the planet in one go. Hua hua hua, the planet exploded. A treasure light appeared, like stars decorating the planet. A few ancient words appeared. Eternal world, eternal divine fist. The treasure light turned into a stream of light and entered Lin Fei's forehead. His entire body shook. In the river of memories, a great emperor's absolute art appeared. Eternal divine fist? Lin Fei whispered. After the treasure light entered his body, he was in the vast, starry sky. His vision went black, and he was bounced out, appearing outside the hall. Congratulations, you have obtained the supreme, eternal divine fist. Black Demon was happy from the bottom of his heart. Isn't my eternal divine fist really awesome? You will know when you learn it. Black Demon didn't say anything. Instead, he kept him in suspense. You have obtained the absolute art. Next, you can choose the treasures. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to read through the Eternal God Fist. From the name alone, he could tell that it was an extremely powerful technique. Eternal Emperor. Then his martial arts must have something to do with eternity. His eternal godly fist must be extraordinary. Treasure Pavilion. This wasn't Lin Fei's first time here. He had also been here in the lower realm. In the Treasure Pavilion, there are a total of Heaven Grade, Divine Grade, Sacred Grade, and Emperor Grade treasures. You can choose a Heaven Grade treasure now. Lin Fei remembered, so he took out the Divine Sword. Look at my Divine Sword. What grade is it? Lin Fei didn't know the grade of the Divine Sword he had snatched from Sword God. Now that there was an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Black Demon glanced at it. You are lucky. This Divine Sword is a Divine Grade treasure. So awesome. Lin Fei finally understood why Sword God was so heartbroken and angry. This Divine Sword is just a defective Divine Grade. It can barely be considered a Divine Grade treasure. It needs to be repaired. Black Demon poured a bucket of cold water on him. Defective? Lin Fei really couldn't tell. He put away the Divine Sword. In that case, if I repair this Divine Sword, it will regain the power of a Divine Grade treasure. That's right. Once this defective Divine Sword is repaired, it will be equivalent to a low Divine Grade Divine Sword. Its power will be extraordinary, Black Demon said. It will be very difficult to repair it. I have the system, so I don't have to worry about this problem. Chapter 739. Out so soon. Lin Fei did not stay long in the Treasure Pavilion to choose the treasures. He spent some time in choosing the absolute arts, but it was not as troublesome as before. Lin Fei could choose easily. A set of immortal swords. Lin Fei was good at using swords. He chose a set of immortal swords, a total of 720 of them. They were all top-quality heavenly swords. When activated, they could sweep through everything and kill the enemy. You have good eyesight. This is a set of immortal swords called Sun-Moon Sword. Once used, even heaven and earth cannot stop it. The birth of the sun and moon. When choosing immortal swords, Lin Fei always wanted to be domineering. 720 immortal swords were just enough for him to control. Senior Black Demon, can you tell me about the Great Emperor's treasure vault now, so that I can be prepared? Lin Fei took the initiative to ask. Lin Fei was very interested in the Great Emperor's treasure vault. All along, Lin Fei thought that the Great Emperor's treasure vault would definitely be in the Great Emperor Senfu. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? It was too surprising. Your strength is not enough. Wait until you can fight against a golden immortal. Then you can come again. Black Demon waved his hand, and a force surged, sending Lin Fei out. Damn! Lin Fei shouted. He was sent out just like that. He wanted to go in, but the Great Emperor Senfu was sealed. With his strength, he could not tear open the seal. It's just a golden immortal. It's not like I can't reach it. Lin Fei was not angry. From Black Demon, he could see that Black Demon was worried about him. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. The eternal Great Emperor's treasure vault should not be so easy to get. Lin Fei thought, looks like I need to quickly increase my strength. Even if it was not for the Great Emperor's treasure vault, I would have to deal with Purgatory's sect first. Lin Fei held grudges. No matter what orders they received, since they dared to attack him, he had to take revenge. He could use them as leveling tools. After leaving the Great Emperor Senfu, Lin Fei spent the entire night refining the Sun and Moon Immortal Sword so that he could control it at will. The next day, as the sun rose, purple clouds rose from the east. Lin Fei had already stopped the blood bonding. After a night, he had already completed the blood bonding of the Sun and Moon Immortal Sword. Coupled with the total annihilation, its power was extraordinary. I'm going to get a powerful sword array. Total annihilation was indeed powerful, but with his current strength, Lin Fei felt that there was something lacking in it that could not satisfy his cultivation needs. It was more important to cultivate a new sword formation. After breakfast, Lin Fei proposed to take a walk around Immortal Field City to get used to life in the heaven realm. Xiao Shan, go with Xiao Lin. Cheng Fei arranged for Xue Shan and then said to Lin Fei, Xiao Shan is very familiar with Immortal Field City. If you want to go anywhere, just tell him. Immortal Field City was huge. It was several times bigger than an imperial capital in the lower realm. In Xue Shan's words, Immortal Field City was considered small in the north region. Those huge cities were the truly terrifying ones. Brother Lin, where do you plan to go? After walking for a while, Xue Shan asked. Lin Fei thought for a while. Bring me to the place that sells cultivation techniques. This place has the most. Xue Shan said, in our Immortal Field City, the most famous merchant association is Qinxiao Merchant Association. This place is just one of their branches. There are countless branches like this in every region. It's truly a huge merchant association. That powerful? Lin Fei was shocked. Brother Lin, if you want to buy sword arrays, Qinxiao Merchant Association has the most. However, the price there is also expensive. Normal people can't afford it there. Xue Shan talked about Qinxiao Merchant Association as they walked. When they arrived, Lin Fei already had a certain understanding of Qinxiao Merchant Association. What a grand aura! Just as they arrived at Qinxiao Merchant Association's entrance, a stairway to heaven appeared. It was grand, as if it separated the mortal world from the heavenly realm. On the left and right sides of the stairway, there were two huge stone sculptures of immortal beasts. They were like clouds that looked down on the world. Lin Fei had only taken one look, and he could already feel the boundless power coming from the World Chamber of Commerce. Beside him, Xue Shan had already become cautious and cautious. Brother Lin, when we go in later, it's best not to provoke anyone. Those who can come to Qinxiao Merchant Association all have backgrounds. We can't afford to offend them, Xue Shan said in a low voice. He was afraid that he would misunderstand. So he added, I'm not talking about Brother Lin. It's just that there are often young masters deliberately looking for trouble. Lin Fei laughed. Haha, don't worry. I'm not someone who looks for trouble. Xue Shan saw that Lin Fei wasn't angry, so he was relieved. After going up the stairway, Lin Fei felt a sense of superiority. He was afraid of Qinxiao Merchant Association. On the stairway, four tall men in black stood casually. It was as if there was a wild beast hidden in their body that would pounce out and devour people at any time. The strength of these four people is at least at Xian immortal level. Lin Fei didn't say anything and looked at them. When they entered, four pairs of eyes looked at them as if they wanted to see through them. Walking into Qinxiao Merchant Association, they were greeted with a luxurious aura that made them feel like they were walking into a palace. Brother Lin, I heard from Captain that everything we see, including the things under our feet, is priceless. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Xue Shan was shocked. Lin Fei was curious. Is this your first time here? The interior of Qinxiao Merchant Association was decorated luxuriously. Everywhere was filled with a superior and luxurious aura. But to Lin Fei, there was no difference, and he wasn't affected at all. Xue Shan smiled embarrassedly. You can even see through this. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. This place doesn't eat people. Lin Fei found that Xue Shan was a little timid. Let's go and see the sword formation. The hall of Qinxiao Merchant Association was endless. The people who appeared here were just as Xue Shan had said. They were either rich or noble. Those with backgrounds were all accompanied by beautiful women. Brother Lin, the things here are so expensive. Xue Shan pointed at the items on sale not far away. Lin Fei took a look and realized that they were pills. They were all pills that heaven immortals consumed. They were easily worth thousands of immortal stones. Those with good effects cost at least 10,000 immortal stones. In a place like Heaven Realm, the common currency was immortal stones. These pills were all low-grade immortal stones. Even so, the price was very expensive. It's indeed quite expensive. Lin Fei didn't care about immortal pills. He didn't rely on immortal pills to cultivate. From Xue Shan, he knew that it would take a long time to earn a few hundred low-grade immortal stones. Buying immortal pills was a big burden for them. In the Heaven Realm, pills were extremely important. That was why they formed a team to hunt immortal beasts and obtain immortal stones. Do you have sword formation manuals here? Lin Fei came to a counter and said directly, "The attendants here were all beautiful female immortals. Their bodies emitted a light aura and their voices were gentle. Fellow immortal, what level of sword formation do you need? It's best if it can be cultivated to the Xian immortal level." Lin Fei said. At present, the Xian immortal level was just right for him to use. As long as he was given some time, he would be able to erupt with the power of the Xian immortal level. "Please wait a moment. Brother Lin, you're not really planning to buy it, are you?" Shueshan asked quietly. "This will cost a lot of immortal stones." Lin Fei laughed. "I didn't say I was going to buy it. It's fine if I look at it first." Having just ascended to the heaven realm, Lin Fei was very clear. How could he have any immortal stones to buy a sword formation? It was just to see the price. In his opinion, immortal stones were not a problem. Someone had already prepared it. "This is the sword formation we chose for fellow immortal." The fairy from before came back and placed pieces of jade on the table. She took out one of them. "This is the heaven-breaking sword formation. It can activate up to 360 immortal swords. This is a jade scroll. You can check it with your divine sense." Shueshan said. Lin Fei saw that these jade stones were extraordinary. Only then did he know that they were jade scrolls. They were the most popular existence in the heaven realm. They could be used to record cultivation techniques and were quite common. According to what was said, Lin Fei used his divine sense to look and found that it was a sword formation. After a glance, he stopped looking. It was not suitable for him. Its power was not enough. It could not be compared to the annihilation of 1,000-army sword formation. "This is not suitable. This is the innate sword formation." The fairy attendant introduced them one by one. Her face did not show any annoyance. Lin Fei was looking forward to the World Merchant Guild. In the end, the sword formations that were taken out looked good, but to him, they were not considered much. "This is not suitable either." Lin Fei put the jade scroll back. "Is there a more powerful one? Please wait a moment." When she came back again, there was a jade scroll in her hand. Her expression was not as enthusiastic as before. "This is the slaughter sword formation. It needs to be activated with 720 immortal swords. The higher the grade, the stronger the power. It is best if it is a set of immortal swords. The materials are exactly the same." Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This suits him. He did not take the fairy's expression seriously. "Let me see." His divine sense entered the jade scroll to check. After checking, Lin Fei was immediately happy. This was really a sword formation prepared for him. The higher the slaughter, the stronger the sword formation. In the end, he could even summon the Slaughter Emperor. Why do I feel like something is missing? After reading, Lin Fei was puzzled. This is the first level of the Slaughter Sword formation. The next few levels have been lost. Saying this, the fairy did not continue. "The price is 1 million low-grade immortal stones." Shueshan was shocked. 1 million low-grade immortal stones. My God, I might not be able to earn this amount even in 10 years. 1 million low-grade immortal stones. Lin Fei sucked in a cold breath. The first level of the Slaughter Sword formation was 1 million low-grade immortal stones. Wouldn't the full set be even more expensive? Ha ha. If you don't have money, don't come to World Merchant Guild. This is not a place where you unaffiliated can come. Chapter 740. 1 million low-grade celestial stones was indeed a huge sum to Lin Fei. At least for now. A sudden voice sounded. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked over. Those who were familiar with him knew that he was in a bad mood. That barking dog didn't even close the door properly. Turning his head, Lin Fei said this. He was the typical, fearless person. Who asked Lin Fei's personality to be like this, to swallow his anger? That depended on who it was. Moreover, he could see that no one dared to make a move in the World Commerce Association. The guards outside weren't to be trifled with. They wouldn't mind throwing you out. Shueshan also turned his head, but when he saw who it was, his expression changed. "Brat, do you know what you're saying? If we were somewhere else, I'd slap you to death." Not far away, a few young people walked over. The one in the lead had a fairy in his arms. He walked over surrounded by people, looking imposing. "Do you know those people?" Lin Fei asked through divine sense. Everyone could see Shui Shan's change. The skinny one next to him is our archenemy, immortal Wan Shan. Shui Shan said. The person they're surrounding is their master, Ing Tianen. He's not a good person. This place doesn't belong to you. We came willingly. Can't we? Shui Shan retorted. He didn't want to lose face, especially when the other side was his archenemy. Young master, a place like the World Commerce Association should have a rule long ago. Loose cultivators aren't allowed to enter. That way, we wouldn't have work for nothing. Immortal Wan Shan said respectfully. Myriad Mountain's immortal had an adventurer group under him, and they had suffered a loss at Cheng Fei's hands in the past. Ever since then, they had always held a grudge against each other. The conflict between the two of them had started from that moment until now. Just now, when he was accompanying his master and young master, he inadvertently saw Cheng Fei's subordinates. His eyes moved, and an idea came to him. This sentence made many loose cultivators' expressions turn ugly. They were angry but didn't dare to say anything. Well said. The World Commerce Association should do this. Ing Wuhan hugged the woman. They can't even afford something that costs 1 million low-grade celestial stones. Don't they feel ashamed? That's why they're going to be like this for the rest of their lives. They'll never be able to stand out. That guy is too arrogant. The World Chamber of Commerce did not prohibit outsiders from entering. Usually, many individual cultivators would come to the World Chamber of Commerce to buy items. Even if they couldn't buy, it was good to take a look and be prepared. Who knows, they might need it in the future. Ing Wuhan's words were like a slap to their faces. She didn't take them seriously at all. That's enough. Ing Wuhan is ruthless and merciless. He kills people like scything flax. Don't make trouble for yourself. Ha ha ha. Ing Wuhan laughed out loud as she held the woman in her arms and walked upstairs. Wan Shan felt that it was a pity that Cheng Fei wasn't around. Otherwise, it would have been more fun to humiliate Lin Fan. However, he could only bully one or two of them. If I were you, I'd scram as far as I could. Ha ha ha. Wan Shan laughed and followed his master with a proud look on his face. There's no need to get angry with this kind of person, Lin Fei said calmly. Who knows when trouble will come from the mouth, and you'll bring trouble to yourself. Kid, what did you say? Wan Shan, who had just taken a few steps, glared at Lin Fan coldly. Huh, it's a pity that you didn't hear me. Lin Fei shook his head. Wan Shan was furious. Kid, remember this. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. Another person who uses his connections to intimidate others. Lin Fei laughed. Shui Shan didn't have Lin Fei's mental fortitude. Brother Lin, let's go. Just as he was about to talk to Lin Fei, it seemed that he couldn't afford 1 million low-grade celestial stones. He was still very interested in the slaughter sword formation. Its power was just what he wanted. Ding! System update complete. So fast. Lin Fei was quite surprised. Thinking about it carefully, the system update should have started not long after he arrived in the Heaven Realm. There should have been a notification then, but he was unconscious and couldn't hear it. Ding! Discovered incomplete sword formation, slaughter sword formation. Do you want to repair it? Damn, there's such a good thing. Lin Fei was shocked. Repair. Ding. Incomplete sword formation, slaughter sword formation is being repaired. Estimated time is half an hour. 1 million points will be spent. Brother Lin, what's wrong? Shui Shan asked. Lin Fei came back to his senses. Nothing. Let's go. With this function in the system, Lin Fei didn't have to spend 1 million low-grade celestial stones to buy a slaughter sword formation of 1 level. Only a fool would spend such a sum of money. Don't pretend if you don't have money. Young Mastering is right. Loose demons are all poor. When Lin Fei left, the fairy started to complain. World Commerce Hall, 2nd floor. The first floor belonged to the World Commerce Hall. There were no restrictions. If one wanted to go up to the next floor, one would need to be qualified. Wan Shan, your vision is too narrow. It's just a few loose demons. If you don't like them, just kill them. Ing Wuhan said casually. How's the situation over there? Young Master's right. Wan Shan said respectfully. It's almost done, but for some reason, the Purgatory Sect's people have sealed off that area. On the surface, they say they're here to capture a serious criminal. I think they must have heard something. Do you want to change the time? No. Ing Wuhan's eyes were cold. I've taken a fancy to that thing. I won't allow anyone to take it away. Even if it's Purgatory's sect. Keep a close eye on it. There can't be any accidents. I'll let them know later. Wan Shan nodded. After leaving the World Commerce Hall, Lin Fei didn't go anywhere else. Instead, he went back home. The system update was complete. Nothing was more important than this. With the system update completed, Lin Fei could finally vent his anger and give them a big gift. After returning, Lin Fei said a few words to Xue Shan before returning to his room. I didn't expect to get a sword formation from this trip. It should be enough for me to use for a while. He opened the system. After setting up the formation, Lin Fei opened the system. Whoosh! This time, when the system was opened, the interface was different from before. His personal data was reset to 0. Player, Lin Fei. Realm, Heaven Celestial Stage. 1 billion experience points to the next stage, Mysterious Celestial Stage. Shop System, activate. Pet System, activate. Repair System, activate. Divine Powers, Celestial Demonic Body, First Transformation, /9th Transformation. Lucky Draw activated. Do you want to start the lucky draw now? Chapter 741. As soon as the interface changed, Lin Fei knew that there was a change. Most importantly, the sword techniques and cultivation techniques that he had cultivated previously had disappeared and were not included in the statistics. Only the God-Fiend Body, First Transformation, was a new addition. Lin Fei knew that the cultivation techniques of the lower realm were no longer suitable for the heavenly realm. The system had automatically blocked them. He needed new cultivation techniques in the heavenly realm, and the God-Fiend Body he had chosen previously was one of them. If a God-Fiend Body at the first God-Fiend stage is already so impressive, wouldn't it be extremely impressive at the 9th God-Fiend stage? Lin Fei almost drooled. A God-Fiend Body was definitely more terrifying than a Sky Mortal Body. The cultivation techniques of the lower realm disappeared, but Lin Fei's mood did not change. Lin Fei was very interested in a new repair system. This was something that had never existed in the lower realm. It seemed that his divine sword could be repaired. It was a divine grade sword after all. With the lottery notification, Lin Fei was extremely excited. He had been waiting for this lottery for a long time. He did not know what kind of cultivation techniques the system would give him after the upgrade. Activate lottery. In the next second, Lin Fei was in a space that had not been there before. In the empty space, a big red disc suddenly appeared. It was like the lower realm, the only additional space. Ding! Player Lin Fei can draw 3 rewards in a row. The system sent a notification. 3 chances. I must draw something good. Lin Fei was elated. Begin the first round of lottery. Ding! System notification. You can choose to draw a lottery. Increase the chances of drawing a lottery. The system sent another notification. This time, Lin Fei was shocked. It was such a good thing. In the past, the lottery was random. After the system update in the upper realm, this option appeared. After taking a closer look, Lin Fei saw the lottery area on the disc. Divine weapon, immortal armor and robe, divine pills, and miraculous medicines, peerless divine technique. Lin Fei's eyes almost fell to the ground. I like this update. All this while, Lin Fei had been rather unhappy with the random draw. He had missed the opportunity every single time. Let me think. I should choose the first one. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to act. As for the immortal sword, I already have a set of Sun Moon swords. I also have a divine grade divine sword. I just need to repair it and it can be used. For the first draw, I'll choose the peerless divine art. Who asked Lin Fei to have so few techniques right now? One eternal god fist wasn't enough, and he needed another. Lin Fei subconsciously clicked on the peerless godly arts section. The large disc in front of him changed, and a series of cultivation techniques appeared, dazzling him. Draw. Lin Fei watched for a moment and did not continue. There were simply too many. The first lottery draw begins. This time, Lin Fei was not as nervous as before. He was already used to it. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining Celestial Martial Art 6 Swift Sword Styles. Sword art, I like it. Up until now, what Lin Fei wanted the most was a sword art. With the invincible sword intent, he would have an invisible advantage, and, at the same time, it would be a martial art on the surface. Ding! Learn 6 swift sword styles. Lin Fei had never worried about learning new techniques. The profound meaning was fused into his memory. What a fast sword art! Lin Fei laughed heartily. He had always been dissatisfied with his sword art, and that was its speed. The essence of this 6 swift sword styles was the word fast. It adhered to the saying that speed was the only thing that could not be defeated in all martial arts. The moment you made a move, the opponent would have already killed you. This was fast, the supreme truth. It could be said that there was nothing more satisfying than this sword art in his first lottery draw for Lin Fei. Let's continue. This time, Lin Fei still chose a martial art. Only then did he find out that he could choose one of them. He couldn't help but feel lucky. Movement art draw. Let's hope to get a good movement art, Lin Fei thought. A movement art paired with a sword art. With my strength, this would definitely be the best way to attack. In the lower realm, Sword God had escaped, and Lin Fei had remembered the flaws of his movement technique. He would definitely not forget movement arts in this lottery draw. Out of the 3 lottery draws, Lin Fei would rather use 2 of them on martial arts. If he wanted to win in battle, he would need something that others didn't have. Sword art was Lin Fei's advantage. Then there was nothing more suitable than the previous sword art. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining heaven-grade movement art, Wind Cloud Shift. Lin Fei already knew that at his cultivation level, the movement art he drew would be suppressed to the heaven grade. Unless he raised his cultivation level, he would have to kill a powerful being and steal a martial art. Done. Lin Fei learned the Wind Cloud Shift. This movement art was derived from the wind and clouds, coming and going without a trace. It was a movement art that surpassed the sky immortal level. That's great. After looking at the technique, Lin Fei knew that this movement art was very suitable for him. With my strength, I'm afraid that even a mystic immortal expert might not be able to catch up to me. The 6 quick sword styles and the wind cloud shift greatly increased Lin Fei's strength. This is the last chance. I think it's better to give it to the battle armor. Lin Fei thought for a moment. Although my god fiend body is strong, it should be able to withstand a sky immortal expert. Once I meet a mystic immortal, I'm afraid I'll be in trouble. It's better to get immortal armor just in case. When he ascended, the mighty figure had only used 1% of his strength. That was why the god fiend body was able to withstand it. Even so, he had been seriously injured. I'll choose the armor. Lin Fei made his final decision. The wheel began to spin. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining the immortal armor, 9 Dragons armor. There was one more immortal armor in the system storage. Lin Fei immediately took out the immortal armor, and the system sent him the refining method. It turned out that the immortal armor could be refined and kept in the body. Once there was danger, it could be automatically worn. So this immortal armor of mine can summon the 9 dragons to protect me. Lin Fei was shocked after seeing it. The items given by the system are truly amazing. Lottery complete. The next lottery draw will be at the Mystic Immortal Realm. Player Lin Fei, keep up the good work. Lin Fei was teleported out and appeared in the room. Cultivation technique, immortal armor, I have it. The system has returned to normal. Looks like I can vent my anger. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. You attacked me while I ascended. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think you're so great. Even if you're the sky, I'll still stab you to pieces. Lin Fei took out the 9 dragons' immortal armor, sat down, and started refining it. You're going out? 2 days later, Cheng Fei was not surprised to hear Lin Fei's words. I've been in the heaven realm for a while. Sorry for troubling you. Lin Fei said with a smile. We're all ascenders. There's no need for trouble. Cheng Fei said, be careful outside. The heaven realm is different from the lower realm. The people from Purgatory sect are still looking for you. It's best for you to change places. Go to a big city or join a big sect. With your talent, you should be able to do it. Lin Fei nodded. I will. Even though he had not stayed for long, Lin Fei knew that Cheng Fei's words were all sincere. The heaven realm was a place that worshipped power more than the lower realm. Thus, the competition for resources was more terrifying. "Captain, why didn't you stop him?" After Lin Fei left, Shueshan could not help but ask. Cheng Fei looked at the sky. "Men should be like this. You really have to learn from Lin Fei on this point." Shueshan opened his mouth, but did not say anything. "Captain, will Lin Fei be in danger if he goes like this?" Another team member said, "Recently, the Purgatory sect has become the hottest topic in the Immortal Wild City. Everyone is talking about them. Lin Fei is not as hot-blooded and impulsive as you think. Let's just sit and watch the show." Cheng Fei revealed a smile. "This is really exciting." Lin Fei was dressed in a black robe as he walked in the Immortal Wild City and went straight out of the city. Take revenge on them. Take revenge on them. If the other party openly attacked him, Lin Fei would definitely not be angry. What was hateful was that as a supreme expert, they actually used such a method. They were really shameless. Even supreme experts were shameless. So of course Lin Fei did not need to be shameless. It was a good opportunity to use your Purgatory sect as an example. I want you to know that the person you're talking about can give you an unforgettable memory. They're also leaving the city. At the city gate, Lin Fei looked forward and saw a few figures sitting in a carriage. The carriage was pulled by a flood dragon, a total of 8 flood dragon horses. These flood dragon horses were said to have the bloodline of a divine dragon. Even though it was very thin, one day, they could still transform into a supreme flood dragon. They were extremely fast and had always been the best mounts for going out. A flood dragon horse with a low-grade bloodline was worth hundreds of millions of low-grade celestial stones. It could be said that a flood dragon horse was a symbol of status, and not everyone could have one. In Wuhan's 8 flood dragon horses were really not ordinary. The surrounding people all stayed far away, so Lin Fei could see them and recognize them at a glance. "I wonder where they are going. Don't let me see them, otherwise I will teach them a lesson." Lin Fei squinted his eyes and looked at them disappearing into the sky. He still remembered Shueshan's words. He naturally did not have a good impression of Ing Wuhan and the others. Were they not human? After leaving the Immortal Wild City, Lin Fei headed towards the mountain range. He had already figured out these days. Wind and cloud transformation. When he reached a place with fewer people, Lin Fei used the wind and cloud transformation movement technique. His entire body seemed to become blurry, and he disappeared just like that. What a powerful movement technique. When he came out again, Lin Fei was already 1,000,000 miles away. In the past, Lin Fei could at most fly 340,000 miles at a time. That was already his limit, but now that he used his movement technique, his speed had increased by more than 3 times. Chapter 742. Green Wild Mountain Range. This mountain range, which had always been very popular, was now sealed off by someone, preventing anyone from entering. Groups of black-clothed disciples with overwhelming murderous auras stood guard at the exit of the mountain range like death gods. It was as if a huge formation had been set up above the mountain range, sealing it off completely. In fact, the Wild Green Mountain Range was not sealed. The Purgatory sect was arrogant, but that didn't mean they had the guts to seal off this mountain range. From the moment they sealed the area, the first to bear the brunt of the pressure was Celestial Wild City. As the closest city, its benefits were affected. It could be said that the Purgatory sect had endured until now. If they still couldn't find the criminals, it would be impossible for them to continue. At one of the exits in the mountain range, there were many immortals gathered here in groups. Some were adventurers, while others were spies from various places. The Purgatory sect's actions were simply too strange. Since when did a serious criminal warrant the Purgatory sect mobilizing so many people and even sending experts to resist the pressure of so many factions? There must be something strange about this. What are the people of the Purgatory sect trying to do? Who knows? Perhaps some incredible treasure has appeared in the mountain range, and they're doing this on purpose to keep everyone out. It's been so many days. What exactly is the Purgatory sect thinking? Even if there's a serious criminal, he's probably already escaped. How could it be the Purgatory sect's turn to capture him? Let's wait a little longer. The Purgatory Gate won't be able to seal the mountain range for long. Outside the mountain range, there were many people gathered, waiting for the mountain range to reopen so that they could go in and hunt their immortal beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that the Purgatory sect had a powerful background, they would have already charged in. Why would they care about being sealed? On a towering tree in the distance, someone was standing on it. Humph! I didn't expect that after so many days, your Purgatory sect is still looking for me. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you won't let me go. A cold light flashed in someone's eyes. Since that's the case, I'll slaughter you all. The person standing on the towering tree was Lin Fei, who had come all the way here. He had been worried that the Purgatory Gate had left. That would have been a wasted trip. At the exit of the mountain range, the people from Purgatory sect were still there. Lin Fei knew that it was time to give him a gift. Lin Fei's figure flashed, and he escaped into the divine flame space. A good show was about to begin. In the middle of the mountain range, at the top of a towering mountain, looking down, it was extremely cold. At this moment, there were a few people gathered on the mountain peak. All of them had powerful auras that surpassed the heavenly immortal realm. They were all Xian immortal experts. Could that person have already left? The remaining eye of a one-eyed immortal flashed with a fierce light. We sealed the area for so many days. If he's injured, he shouldn't be gone. He can't possibly fly into the sky or burrow into the ground, right? I think Elder Dulong is right. Those guys in Immortal Wild City are already prepared to watch us make a fool of ourselves. There's only one day left. That person should be gone. Deacon Lung Yun said with a sullen face. As Purgatory Gate's outer court elders, they had been ordered to come out and capture a serious criminal. But even after so many days had passed, they still hadn't seen a single trace of the other party. They almost doubted whether the orders from above were correct. Everyone's gaze fell on a middle-aged man. He was the person in charge of this event, Elder Ao Tian, the only intersect elder. Even if it's the last day, we must find him, Elder Ao Tian said in a deep voice. We spent a lot of manpower and resources to find him no matter what. We can't be labeled as incompetent. Do you understand? A label of incompetent. The outer court elder's eyes twitched. Continue to expand the area. Take down any suspicious people first. Lin Fei entered the green wild mountain range without any obstructions. He released his divine sense to search for Purgatory Gate's disciples and began to take revenge on Purgatory Gate. Found them. Lin Fei's divine sense was powerful, but he didn't cover the entire area. He was afraid that it would attract the attention of the experts. After a few breaths, he found the first search team. There were a total of 7 people in this search team. All of them were Heaven Immortals. The team leader was a perfected Heaven Immortal. Damn it, who could be in this mountain range? Didn't we come here for nothing? What are the higher-ups doing? If we have the time, we might as well find a woman to sleep with and have some fun. Their team had been searching for several days. They were as tired as dogs. In the end, they didn't see a single person. Instead, they were attacked by immortal beasts several times. All of them were injured. At this time, they had a belly full of anger that they couldn't vent. They couldn't help but blame the higher-ups for sending them here. The search team leader snorted. One more day, and we can leave this damned place. Now all of you buck up. You have no chance. It was as if the voice of the Grim Reaper had suddenly appeared in their ears. A black sword light appeared in front of them. It was so fast that they couldn't react. They watched helplessly as it passed through their necks. Immediately, their heads flew and blood splattered. Run. Too strong. The 7 primordial spirits flew out. They were so scared that they didn't know where to run. Hua Hua, the sword light, came and crushed the 7 primordial spirits. Before they died, they saw a blurry figure appear. What a fast sword! Lin Fei appeared. He had just used the 7 styles of quicksword. He wanted to injure them and defeat them one by one. Unexpectedly, the sword technique's power was so shocking that the 7 sky immortals couldn't withstand it and killed them. Lin Fei was very surprised. Even a perfected sky immortal was killed so easily. It seems like Purgatory Sect is going to pay a heavy price. Lin Fei waved his hand and put away the storage rings on the ground. He found that they were all immortal stones and elixirs. They weren't rich. As for the immortal sword in his hand, they were all scrap metal. They weren't worth much. Hairball, hurry up and eat. Lin Fei released Hairball. She had been holding it in. The moment she came out, she flew up and swallowed the corpses, revealing an intoxicated look. Foodie, the first battle was so easy. He killed them. After dealing with the corpses, Lin Fei turned and left. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lin Fei ran into the Purgatory Sect's search team again. They were all assigned to Heaven Immortals. On second thought, he was at the Heaven Immortal realm, so it was normal for Heaven Immortals to deal with him. Whoosh, 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 as the sword light flashed, a head flew into the air. In the beginning, Lin Fei's mastery of the sword didn't really change. But as he killed more and more people, he could crush the Sky Immortal's primordial spirit and kill them with one strike. Not bad. Another 5 Sky Immortals. Lin Fei looked at the corpses on the ground and collected the spoils out of habit. As for Hairball, she became a professional at destroying evidence. Chapter 743. Under the night sky. A group of people were gathered around a bonfire, and an immortal beast was being roasted on top of it. It had already been roasted to a golden color, and with the addition of spices, the aroma wafted through the air. They wanted nothing more than to immediately take a bite. Old Seven and the others, why aren't they back yet? This was a temporary resting spot for Purgatory Gate. They had searched for an entire day without any results. At night, they chose to hunt an immortal beast to reward themselves. Who knows? The dozen or so celestial immortals sitting around were all focused on the barbecue. They didn't care about where they had gone. They couldn't wait to come back so they could have a good meal. They're back. Suddenly, a celestial immortal turned his head and saw someone appear. Damn, these bastards. They knew to wait until the food was cooked before coming back. When the person walked out of the darkness, they realized that he wasn't from Purgatory Gate. Their expressions changed, and they all stood up. This person was very young, and on his shoulder was a round little fellow. But for some reason, this young man made them feel a sense of danger, as though he was extremely dangerous. "Halt!" a celestial immortal said harshly. That person stopped and said, "This thing is roasted pretty well. I happen to be hungry. I now announce that this thing is mine." The people of Purgatory Gate were used to being arrogant. Since when did someone snatch something from them? Shameless boasting. Kill him. Whoosh whoosh, the 2 celestial immortals laughed viciously and attacked with their swords. Puffed, puffed. The 2 celestial immortals had just charged out when their heads flew into the air and fell to the ground with a thud. That young man walked forward step by step, as though he had just done something insignificant. More importantly, they hadn't seen how he had done it. How dare you kill people of Purgatory Gate? I'll let you know what regret is. Brothers, kill him. The captain was enraged. Daring to kill people of Purgatory Gate in front of them, he must be tired of living. Kill this guy. The celestial immortals of Purgatory Gate swarmed forward, unleashing all sorts of attacks, trapping the opponent in a storm. Too slow. More than 10 people attacked, but their attacks missed. That person shook his head and walked over step by step. He was moving very slowly, but in the end, he appeared in front of the Heaven Immortal and slashed down. Just as the Heaven Immortal was about to raise his hand, his head flew off. Blood spurted out and dyed the ground red. The team leader was in a state of shock. Since when was a heavenly immortal so strong? But in that moment of hesitation, more than 10 of his subordinates were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. They were no longer breathing. Even their primordial spirits had been destroyed. "You're dead. Our people will definitely kill you." The team leader's full-circle heavenly immortal strength had already scared the *T out of him. He threatened the other party fiercely while running towards the forest, losing the confidence to make a move. More than 10 celestial immortals had been slaughtered just like that. My body, not long after, the captain turned around and saw that his body had stopped. His vision went black, and he knew that he had died. So fast. Lin Fei sat down and enjoyed the delicious barbecued meat. Hairball continuously swallowed the corpses on the ground, and she was not afraid that her stomach would explode. This meat tastes good, as expected of someone who grew up in the heavenly realm. His body contains celestial qi. Lin Fei took a bite. The texture was very good. The barbecued meat also contained celestial qi, which was not available in the lower realm. The signal has been sent. I wonder how many people will come. Lin Fei took another bite. I hope I can kill to my heart's content. Since entering the mountain range, Lin Fei had killed wave after wave. With his movement technique and sword technique, celestial immortals could only be killed. Could they resist? They couldn't resist at all. Lin Fei was very glad that he had chosen a powerful sword technique. Just like what was said, in the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. The fifth team seems to be in trouble. The huge energy wave just now was like a beam of light in the night sky. It was impossible not to notice it. Let's go and take a look. In the past few days, they had been searching for the felons of the Purgatory sect. There were very few battles. The Purgatory sect was famous, and no one dared to offend them. Now that they were fighting waves, they immediately rushed over to see what was going on. Many are here. I can finally kill to my heart's content. Lin Fei continued to eat the barbecued meat, not worried at all. There were a total of 7 or 8 search teams nearby. There were a total of 40 to 50 people, and they surrounded this location. The thick smell of blood wafted over. They knew that something had happened. When they saw a young man sitting there eating barbecued meat, and the people of the Purgatory sect had disappeared without a trace. It's that felon. It must be him. Only he would dare to kill our people so openly. Someone reacted immediately. Ah, that's right. I am the person you want to capture. Lin Fei spat out a bone and admitted it. It was only interesting this way. Capture him, and you will be heavily rewarded. The few team leaders' eyes were filled with excitement. It was like a man seeing a woman. How could they not be excited? So, the people of the Purgatory sect were excited. Capturing this guy was equivalent to making a great contribution. Wouldn't they rise in the Purgatory sect? At this moment, Lin Fei couldn't escape from their eyes. He was destined to be captured by them. Killing sword formation. Lin Fei snorted. 720 celestial swords flew out. Cold light shone in all directions as they shot out. Damn, 720 celestial swords, killing sword formation, displayed its might. Every celestial sword that flew out would take a life. Pu, many heaven immortals fell to the ground. Their eyes were still filled with disbelief. Heaven immortals were killed just like that. Once a heaven immortal died, killing intent would appear on the 720 celestial swords. A black light appeared on the swords. They're all dead. The remaining captains retreated in fright, their faces all revealing horrified expressions. They had truly been provoked. Let's work together to take him down. The few team leaders were unwilling. Moreover, they were all at the full stage of heaven immortal realm and had thick celestial power. They weren't afraid that they couldn't suppress him. Kill! For the sake of their future, they attacked. Lin Fei activated the killing sword formation once more. The giant sword turned into a disc and blocked all their attacks. The celestial swords flew out. Every celestial sword contains supreme power. Pu, the killing sword formation is really amazing. Lin Fei retracted the killing sword formation. Every person I kill will increase the killing sword formation strength. In the later stages, the killing sword formation strength will only increase. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the killing sword formation, especially the attacks it used. The stronger one was, the stronger the attack would be. Lin Fei sat for a while longer. He ate the barbecued meat and let Hairball eat the rest. Only then did he stand up and leave something for them. He slowly left. The show was about to begin. 200 of our Purgatory sect disciples died. The Purgatory sect disciples would contact each other once in a while to report the situation. When some couldn't be contacted, they didn't care too much. But when there were more people, they realized that something was wrong. Something had happened. The team leader who came to report was scared witless. He didn't dare to raise his head at all. It was as if he could already see the elders' gloomy faces. The three outer sect elders blew their beards and glared. They couldn't believe it. They had lost 200 disciples in such a short time. How could they report to the higher-ups? Do you know who did it? Elder Poisonous Dragon's face was cold. This is a provocation to our Purgatory sect. There were many disciples in Purgatory sect. Losing 200 disciples was nothing. But to them, this was a big matter. They didn't catch the culprit and instead lost 200 disciples. It was really a big hat of incompetence. How could they endure this? They had to find the culprit. Report, we found clues of a serious criminal. Just when this team leader didn't know how to reply, another team leader came up to report the situation. Where is he? Lung Yun was the most concerned. He ran away. The team leader was uneasy. He left something behind. Hurry up and bring us over. Lung Yuan and the other outer sect elders and deacons were more concerned than anyone else when they found traces of the culprit. Preposterous. When they arrived at the scene, the bonfire was still burning. The smell of blood filled the air. It was clear that a massacre had happened not long ago. The least hateful thing wasn't this. It was the tree trunk in front of them. There were a few blood-colored words on it. The massacre has just begun. Kill until your Purgatory sect is afraid. This is a provocation. Deacon Lung Yun furiously sent a palm strike at the tree trunk, shattering it into pieces. Even so, he was still unable to suppress the rage in his heart. This was a declaration of war against Purgatory sect. No one had ever been so bold to do such a thing to them. After killing more than 200 disciples, he made such a declaration. He was going to fight to the end. The outer sect elders usually had self-restraint, but no matter how much self-restraint they still couldn't hide it. Elders, there's no need to worry. This person won't amount to much. Elder Outyin said, immediately give the order. Gather the teams together. Doesn't he like sneak attacks? Let's see how he does it. Other than that, this person must have an accomplice. From now on, if you see any outsiders in the mountain range, kill them without mercy. I'd rather kill one by mistake than let one go. Seeing that the inner sect elders didn't say anything, Elder Outyin said. After giving the order, Elder Poisonous Dragon and the others blushed. Inner sect elders were inner sect elders. They weren't affected by the outside world at all. The few of you, each take a team. That person can't be that strong. Once you find traces of him, take him down. Elder Outyin ordered again. As the order was given, the scattered Purgatory sect disciples in the mountain range began to gather again. As they gathered, another piece of news came. They didn't just lose 200 disciples, but 300 people. A total of 300 heaven immortals. Chapter 744. For the sake of capturing Purgatory sect's felons, Purgatory sect had arranged for over 1,000 heavenly immortals. It could be said that they had mustered up a large force. To capture a heavenly immortal felon, 1,000 heavenly immortals was enough. Initially, they thought that they would be able to capture the other party and bring him back to the Purgatory Gate with their many celestial immortals. Who could have thought that this would be the outcome? Before they could even catch a glimpse of the other party, they had already lost 300 heavenly immortals. This was a heavy slap to Purgatory sect's face. Inner Sanctum Elder Immortal Ao Tion gave the order, and all the Purgatory sect disciples sprang into action. They gathered the remaining heavenly immortals together, not giving the enemy any chance to launch a sneak attack. The people of Purgatory sect truly didn't care about a mere heavenly immortal. At this very moment, the heavenly immortal in their eyes had taught them a profound lesson. They had lost a total of 300 heavenly immortals. Quick, quick, quick! A series of piercing sounds could be heard as they approached a certain place. Bastard! Deacon Lung Yun led his disciples to a place. The scene before Administrator Lung Yun caused his veins to bulge. Everyone could feel the overwhelming rage coming from Administrator Lung Yun's body. It turned out that a moment ago, one of the search parties had sent news over, and Lung Yun had immediately rushed over with his men. However, when he arrived, all he saw was a ground littered with corpses and a few words written on a section of a tree. You guys are too slow. Deacon Lung Yin seemed to be able to visualize the scene of someone killing a purgatory sect disciple, erecting this sign, and then leaving unhurriedly. In order to prevent themselves from being ambushed, the remaining heavenly immortals had formed a large team of 50 to 60 people. Among them, there were 8 to 9 perfected heavenly immortals. No matter how powerful the enemy was, they would be able to hold their ground for a period of time and hold them back. However, the scene before them told the Purgatory sect that this fellow who had provoked the entire Purgatory sect had extraordinary battle prowess. Killed with one strike, a sword expert. Deacon Lung Yin forced himself to calm down and check the injuries of the dead disciple. His brows furrowed once more when he saw that there was a sharp sword chi left on his throat, killing him on the spot along with his yuan spirit. Deacon Lung Yin could not help but suck in a cold breath. The dead disciple's face was filled with disbelief. Since when did such a swift sword expert appear in the heavenly immortal stage? To think that the disciples from Purgatory sect would not be able to defend themselves in time and were killed by him. Deacon Lung Yun's doubts deepened. Screams could be heard from the night sky again. Not good. Something happened again. Deacon Lung Yun was the first to fly away. As expected, by the time Deacon Lung Yun arrived, the ground was littered with corpses as well. From the moment the order was given until now, Purgatory sect had lost more than 200 disciples. Out of the 1,000 heaven immortals, they had lost more than 500 people. Such a huge loss caused them to be unable to remain calm. A sword technique that kills with one strike. A cold light flashed in Elder Poisonous Dragon's eyes as he also saw the injuries on his disciple. It's too fast. We rushed over as soon as we heard the commotion. The other party has already left. Attendant Lung Yun shook his head. A mission that was almost in the bag ended up like this. It was not something they could have expected. They had lost more than half of their celestial immortals. They felt ashamed of this mission. You cowardly bastard, come out here. Even though Elder Poisonous Dragon was an outer elder, those who could become an elder were no pushovers. However, after being slapped in the face repeatedly and failing to even touch the shadow of the other party, his suppressed rage finally burst forth. If you have guts, let's have a good fight. Elder Poisonous Dragon's words reverberated above the entire mountain range. Something happened in the mountain range. The adventurer groups outside the mountain range pricked up their ears, their faces filled with doubt. What exactly happened inside? This seems to be the voice of a Purgatory sect elder. Someone exclaimed, "Ha! You have more than 1,000 heaven immortals trying to capture me, but I killed 500 of them. Aren't you ashamed to say that? Aren't you ashamed? Tonight, I will kill all of you until blood flows like a river." Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, a cold voice came from above the mountain range again. That cold, killing intent inadvertently sent a chill down everyone's spine. What? Killed 500 heaven immortals? Who is so powerful? F*CK. Don't tell me it's a felon captured by Purgatory sect. This is too powerful. Everyone was shocked. It was as if they had seen Purgatory sect's heaven immortals being slaughtered. They understood why the Purgatory sect elder roared at the sky. 500 heaven immortals. Out of 1,000 heaven immortals, 500 were lost. This was a deep lesson. More importantly, heaven immortals were all famous existences of Purgatory sect in the northern region. Now, someone had killed 500 heaven immortals of Purgatory sect in one move. No matter who it was, the immortals who had been kept outside were in a good mood after killing 500 heaven immortals of Purgatory sect. Purgatory sect, aren't you awesome? Aren't you being killed now? Serves you right. Just you wait. This elder will definitely make you pay the price. Elder Poisonous Dragon's expression turned even uglier. There was an oppressive aura around him. He absolutely did not expect that the other party would reply and even say that 500 heaven immortals of Purgatory sect had been killed. He believed that before long, those who had been watching the show would definitely point fingers at Purgatory sect. This time, Purgatory sect had lost face. Chase! Elder Poisonous Dragon's eyes burst with killing intent as he went straight in one direction. Ha ha ha! Sorry, I killed another 100 heaven immortals." 2 hours later, laughter rang out in the night sky again. What? Purgatory sect lost another 100 heaven immortals. The people outside were stunned once again. Killing 500 heaven immortals of Purgatory sect was already amazing. Now, another 100 heaven immortals were killed. When did heaven immortals become like cabbages? This was too terrifying. Purgatory sect has lost face this time. Yeah, I really don't know who Purgatory sect has offended. I wonder if Purgatory sect will continue. 1,000 heaven immortals are probably not enough for them to kill. This is the craziest thing I have ever seen. I'm afraid that the news will spread throughout the entire immortal wild city by tomorrow morning. In a forest, a figure flashed past. It was so fast that it could not be captured by divine sense. Finally, it stopped on a towering tree. Purgatory sect sent 1,000 heaven immortals this time. I killed more than 600 of them. The remaining should be more than 300 heaven immortals. Lin Fei thought. I'm afraid they have gone completely crazy now. But this is not enough. If I kill one of their Xian immortals, I think they will go completely crazy. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. If he wanted to kill, he had to kill the powerful ones. Chapter 745. The night was as silent as water. However, this was destined to be a restless night in the immortal wild mountain range. There were more than 600 Purgatory sect disciples, and they were all heaven immortals. Blood flowed like a river. How humiliating was that? Hua, hua, hua. In a forest, Deacon Lung Yun was searching with his men. A total of 100 heavenly immortal disciples spread out their divine sense and swept through the place in an attempt to find the enemy. Deacon Lung Yun was personally overseeing the situation. He did not believe that the enemy would dare to launch a sneak attack. If that was really the case, he would let the enemy know what true regret was. Did he run away? Deacon Lung Yun was confused. He searched many places, but he could not find the enemy. The divine senses of more than 100 heaven immortals intertwined. It was like an inescapable net. Once the enemy exposed his divine sense, he would not be able to escape. The immortal wild mountain range was not small. Under the coverage of their divine senses, they kept pushing forward. In addition, everyone was moving in one direction, preventing the enemy from escaping. However, the enemy had disappeared. Lung Yun could not help but worry. Did the enemy not fall for the trap and knew that he was hiding? Search carefully. Don't let him escape. Lung Yun thought to himself. His expression did not change. He did not forget to remind his men to search every corner. No accidents were allowed. Hua, hua, hua. In the night, the trees moved. Leaves fell like snowflakes. Pu, pu, pu. As the leaves fell, they shot out sharp sword chi, killing the person on the spot. Someone launched a sneak attack. Where is he? Kill him. Many people died in the attack of the falling leaves. Blood seeped into the ground and dyed a large area red. All the Purgatory sect disciples were furious. They waved the immortal swords in their hands and attacked the surroundings. The enemy had left a shadow in their hearts. He's finally here. Lung Yun's eyes flashed coldly. His murderous intent soared into the sky. His powerful divine sense turned into a vast ocean, searching for the attacker. Pu, pu, pu. The Purgatory sect disciples kept dying. The person was like a ghost in the dark, harvesting their lives. They did not even see him clearly before he died. Spread out. Lung Yun's face darkened. He had never been this moved before. What kind of sword technique is this? How can it be so fast? Even my divine sense can't catch it. Someone was attacking, but Lung Yun could not tell who it was. Helplessness rose in his heart. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. He could only watch as his subordinates were killed one by one. Get out here. In less than a dozen breaths, Lung Yun's face was already gloomy. It was too fast. Lung Yun had never thought that one could kill people so quickly. Over 100 celestial immortals died, just like that. You guys from the Purgatory sect are really weak. A person walked out of the forest. He was ridiculously young and had a lazy voice, as if he had done something insignificant. Lung Yun nearly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Purgatory sects, heavenly immortal disciples, were all elites. In the outside world, they would be considered minor experts. Many people would flee upon hearing their names. Unable to withstand being killed, it's because you're too strong. Dying. Lung Yun's killing intent flashed. A sky full of black shadows flew out, accompanied by air-piercing sounds. The corpses lying on the ground exploded one by one, turning into black water that was extremely poisonous. This was a hidden weapon of immortal Lung Yun, the soul-destroying nail. It was extremely poisonous and killed people without a trace. Once the physical body touched it, the body would turn into black water and die. It was a famous poisonous immortal weapon in the heavenly domain. Haha, that's all. When Lung Yun saw the other party fall, he was finally in high spirits. If it was during the day, Lung Yun was worried that it would not succeed and it would be easy to dodge. But at night, the soul-destroying nail was a vicious hidden weapon that could deceive one's divine sense. It was a top-notch item for killing people. Lung Yun was not worried that the other party would be able to dodge this sudden attack. He had a total of 360 soul-destroying nails. As long as one was struck, the other party's physical body would not be able to withstand it, and he would die in agony. To think that I, Lung Yun, would have a day where I would make such a great contribution. Lung Yun walked up with large strides. No matter how fast you are, you won't be able to survive my soul-destroying nail. As a mystic immortal, Lung Yun let down his guard when he used his full strength, especially when he saw the other party lying on the ground with soul-destroying nails all over his body. Who could block it? That might not be the case. The person lying on the ground suddenly opened his eyes. Lung Yun was shocked. He saw a large patch of black light flying towards him and entering his body. Why aren't you dead? Looking at the soul-destroying nail on his body, Lung Yun kept retreating until he hit a large tree. He revealed a look of despair. He really did not expect that his soul-destroying nail would not be able to kill the other party. Instead, he was tricked. He did not even make a few grunts before his physical body began to rot in a black water. Even his primordial spirit could not escape and was corroded in the void. Damn it, I wonder how many people such a vicious hidden weapon has harmed. What a scourge. Lin Fei walked over and kept the soul-destroying nail with a wave of his hand. It was a good item for scamming people. It was not surprising that the storage ring was also a lot richer than that of the heavenly immortal disciples. Fortunately, the God-fiend body is mighty and impenetrable. Lin Fei thought to himself, after I destroy the people from Purgatory sect, I must find a chance to cultivate the last few transformations of the God-fiend body. Although the God-fiend body blocked the attack easily, Lin Fei did not have it easy and suffered a lot. The full power of a mystic immortal's attack was extraordinary. Purgatory sect dogs, listen up. Your Deacon Lung Yun has been killed by me. Ha 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 ha. In the night, Lin Fei's voice spread in all directions. Killing a heavenly immortal was nothing, but once the number of heavenly immortals he killed increased, it was not an ordinary matter. Now that another mystic immortal disciple had been killed, and he even said such words in public, it was no less than a slap to Purgatory sect's face. Damn, who is this person? He's so mighty. Deacon Lung Yun. That's an early-stage mystic immortal expert. How did he get killed? Ha ha, this is too interesting. The immortals outside were originally unhappy that they were blocked by Purgatory sect, but with the changes in the mountain range, their mood improved. They were not in a hurry to enter the mountain range. If they had the time to watch a good show, they might as well watch it first. Daring to attack a Purgatory sect disciple. This person was extraordinarily courageous. Deacon Lung is also dead. Elder Poisonous Dragon almost blacked out. He could not believe it was true. A heavenly immortal brat killed Deacon Lung Yun, a mystic immortal expert. No, I can't go down alone. Elder Poisonous Dragon stopped and no longer searched. He sent a message to Elder Outyin. After a while, Elder Outyin brought people over. Elder Outyin's face was gloomy. Lung Yun is too outrageous. He discovered the other party's tracks and didn't tell us. Instead, he tried to take them down. He deserved to die. Elder Poisonous Dragon was an outer sect elder. At this moment, he did not dare to speak up for Deacon Long. To be honest, if Elder Poisonous Dragon encountered them himself, he would definitely not tell them. Instead, he would take them down in the shortest time possible and make a great contribution. But at this moment, Elder Poisonous Dragon was very clear about Elder Outyen's temper. He was obviously angry. It was better not to say anything to avoid being scolded. There's no need to search. Elder Outyen did not expect things to develop in this direction. We had 1,000 heavenly immortals, and now there are only about 200 left. If this continues, we might be completely annihilated. Let's personally take charge and see if he dares to come. What about Celestial Sect? Elder Poisonous Dragon asked carefully. If we don't see him appear before dawn, we will inform the higher-ups and let them arrange for disciples to come and take over. Elder Outyen was exhausted at this moment. Originally, he wanted to make a contribution. It was not as simple as capturing a seriously injured guy. But in the end, the heavens played a huge joke on him. This joke made him unable to talk about it. All of this was because of the culprit. If not for him, tonight's scene would not have happened. Even if they killed him, Celestial Sect would lose face because of them. They would not have a good time when they returned. They would just have to live with their tails between their legs. Elder Outyen did not dare to continue. If he really continued, the remaining disciples would be completely annihilated. The only thing he could do now was to wait. Either wait for the other party to take the initiative to attack, or wait for the other party to leave. As Shin Immortal experts, this was the first time they felt powerless. Every time there was an energy fluctuation, they would rush over immediately. But in the end, there was nothing. Brat, you dare to kill Deacon Long Yun. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Elder Outyen roared. A loud rumbling sound like muffled thunder exploded in the sky. God knows how many birds were affected and killed on the spot. Gathering together has saved me a lot of time. Lin Fei did not leave just like that. He had killed all the Purgatory Sect disciples. If he wanted to kill, he would kill them all and teach them a painful lesson. 2 Xian Immortals? Lin Fei was really nothing. Pu. The few heads of the Purgatory Sect disciples that were gathered together suddenly exploded, leaving behind sharp sword energy. He is here. Elder Poisonous Dragon licked his lips, and his killing intent surged into the sky. This fellow was too bold. He really dared to come and kill them. Since you are here, why don't you come out? Elder Outyen laughed coldly. His divine sense continuously scanned the surroundings. The Purgatory Sect disciples all had solemn expressions. When they looked closely, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. He did not care about Purgatory Sect at all and casually slaughtered them. There was no one else like him. Since you want to see me so sincerely, then I will fulfill your wish. In the darkness of the night, Lin Fei walked out of the forest leisurely and openly appeared in front of them. Lin Fei's body was not considered strong. Instead, he was the skinny type. He had an unrestrained smile on his face. It was hard to imagine that after killing so many people from Purgatory Sect, he would be so ordinary. Kill him. Chapter 746. The people of Purgatory Sect were emboldened all of a sudden. No matter how strong a Sky Immortal guy was, how strong could he be? They guessed that he must have a helper. They had a profound immortal behind them, and they would be able to suppress him. This was their chance to make a great contribution. This was exactly what the Purgatory Sect disciples were thinking. No matter how strong a Sky Immortal was, it was impossible for him to kill hundreds of Sky Immortals. They attacked even more crazily, as if they wanted to vent their anger on the other party. Facing the hundreds of Sky Immortals, Lin Fei's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Die! Lin Fei stepped forward and faced the hundreds of Sky Immortals. Rumble! The Sky Immortals attacked in total. Their attacks were ferocious, and bottomless ravines appeared on the ground. They were all blasted out by the Sky Immortals. But such a ferocious attack was like a storm, completely useless. It could not stop Lin Fei at all. Lin Fei's sword fell, and 2 or 3 Sky Immortals died at the same time. The expressions left on their faces were the best proof of that. The word fast surpassed the Sky Immortal level. No one could stop him or avoid him. At this moment, Lin Fei showed off his abilities. Broken limbs flew everywhere. Lin Fei walked over like the Grim Reaper. None of the Purgatory Sect disciples could block his sword. He's too strong. I don't want to die. Run. The Purgatory Sect disciples who had rushed forward like a swarm of bees were all scared out of their wits. The newcomer's sword technique was too fast. Their heads fell to the ground the moment they attacked. They couldn't see the direction of the opponent's attack at all. In addition to the people who had been killed earlier, they completely collapsed in defeat and scattered in a hubbub. The Purgatory Sect disciples weren't unafraid of death. It was just that this person was too strong. Now that they were scattered, Lin Fei became even more unstoppable. He killed with abandon, leaving behind countless corpses as well as unreconciled eyes. Damn it! Elder Poisonous Dragon was about to vomit blood when he saw this. A Heaven Immortal brat could sweep over and defeat the remaining Heaven Immortals. Now he finally understood why his subordinates were dying one after another. This brat didn't have any accomplices at all. Everything was done by himself. A sword technique that surpassed the speed of a celestial immortal was incomparably sharp, sweeping through thousands of people. Clang! Elder Poisonous Dragon used a long spear. The long spear was like a dragon as it whizzed forward and clamped onto the sword. Only then was it able to stop the other party's massacre. If the killing continued, the entire army would really be wiped out. What formidable strength! As expected of a mysterious immortal. Lin Fei's spear was blocked. His body flashed as he charged towards the collapsing heavenly immortal. He didn't want to fight against a Xian immortal. Pooh! Piu! Piu! The moment he executed the wind cloud transformation, Lin Fei continued to reap the lives of Purgatory Sect disciples like a ghost. Stop! Young Master Poisonous Dragon, who was behind, was always a beat slower. He almost vomited blood. Rumble! Every spear strike could split mountains, and its power was unparalleled. But such a spear art was always a beat slower. He could only watch helplessly as the heavenly immortal disciples were slaughtered. Silence now. Lin Fei's final sword strike killed the last Purgatory Sect Heaven Immortal disciple. The huge area was filled with corpses. Damn it, you're dead. Elder Poisonous Dragon attacked once again. He had already listed Yi Futian as his #1 enemy. At the same time, he was shocked. His early stage Xian immortal strength and his long spear were unable to suppress a heavenly immortal. Yi Futian was like a slippery fish. He didn't know how to deal with him. Lin Fei moved around, dodging spear after spear. In the eyes of others, this spear might be fast, but to Lin Fei, it was too slow. He could dodge it himself. Now it's my turn. After dodging another spear strike, Lin Fei executed the 7 quick sword styles. Sword light was left everywhere, trapping the opponent within. I'll take it. I'll take it. Lin Fei's sword art inherited the word fast, and it was unparalleled. It was even faster than a Xian immortal's attack speed. How can there be such a sword art? Elder Poisonous Dragon blocked continuously, but Yi Futian's sword art was too fast. Wounds were left on his body, dyeing his immortal armor red. He was shocked once more. A heavenly immortal was suppressing a Xian immortal. What was going on? Elder Poisonous Dragon suspected that he had seen wrongly. Elder Outyin, why aren't you attacking? Elder Poisonous Dragon knew that in a one-on-one situation, he wouldn't be able to kill Yi Futian. This fellow was too monstrous. Such a fast sword art had become like a nightmare, and there was no way to break it. Go! Elder Outyin was also shocked. Elder Poisonous Dragon was an outer sect elder, and he was an elder. Together with his early stage Xian immortal strength, it shouldn't be hard to capture Yi Futian. But once he attacked, Elder Poisonous Dragon wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. Then it would be meaningless. Moreover, that kid's sword art was unparalleled. Even among Xian immortals, there were few who had such sword arts. That thick immortal power and sword energy filled the air, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was truly difficult to deal with. If he didn't attack now, Elder Poisonous Dragon wouldn't be able to take him down at all. Binding immortal artifact. Lin Fei recognized it at a glance. After a feint, he slashed at the immortal artifact and sent it flying. He cultivated the god-demon body, and what he hated the most was binding immortal artifacts. Once he was restricted, it would be very bad. Elder Poisonous Dragon felt the pressure lessen. This kid's sword art was too amazing. Kill. Elder Outyin also attacked. He didn't watch anymore. If this continued, the situation wouldn't be good. Clang, 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 Lin Fei fought the two alone. With his powerful movement technique and sword art, he circled around them. Xian Immortals were Xian Immortals. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, it wouldn't be easy to kill them. Elder Outyin and Elder Poisonous Dragon used their techniques together. If it was a Xian Immortal of the same level, they probably wouldn't feel good. However, the opponent was a Sky Immortal kid, and he didn't feel any pressure at all. Immortal art, binding art. Elder Proud Heaven unleashed an immortal technique, causing vines to fill the sky and cover the earth, forming a huge cage. After fighting for an hour, they realized that the celestial immortal fleshly body was a flaw. If they wanted to defeat Yi Futian, they had to heavily injure him and destroy his defense. Only then could they win and capture him. They want to trap me and restrict my range of movement. Lin Fei thought, two Xian Immortals are quite a lot of pressure. I have to kill one of them. This is an opportunity. Heaven-shaking spear. Young Master Poisonous Dragon shouted. Wherever the spear pointed, the void seemed to collapse. The momentum was shocking and terrifying. Lin Fei was injured by this spear. The space was restricted. The vines kept lashing as if they were alive. Each attack was no weaker than a Sky Immortal. The densely packed attacks made one's scalp go numb. Ha ha, I thought you wouldn't be injured. Young Master Poisonous Dragon finally put down his worries after this move. He was afraid that Yi Futian wouldn't be injured. As long as there was a weakness, they didn't have to worry. Sword formation, kill. Lin Fei sent out 720 flying swords. One of them chopped down, and the vines in the sky shattered. After shattering, the vines recovered, covering the sky and covering the sun, looking boundless. Ha! You finally used your killer move. Elder Poisonous Dragon laughed. His spear swayed and turned into a huge circle. It was vigorous and actually blocked the powerful sword formation. Buzz, just when Elder Poisonous Dragon thought he had blocked the opponent, the 720 immortal swords burst out with bright light. One immortal sword flew out and broke everything. Dodge, it's dangerous. Elder Outyin reminded loudly. Even he felt a sense of danger from that sword. Unfortunately, this sword was deliberately prepared by Lin Fei. It wasn't that easy to block. This was one of the killer moves against Elder Poisonous Dragon. Swoosh! This sword was like a divine dragon that shocked the world. Elder Poisonous Dragon's immortal armor shattered into pieces. Fear finally appeared in his eyes. The dragon of the divine sword arrived, and the Sky Immortal's body was torn apart like a piece of paper. Divine-grade immortal sword. Elder A.O. Tian sucked in a breath of cold air, and an unprecedented look of greed appeared in his eyes. Even he, as an inner sect elder, didn't have much power in the inner sect. The immortal weapons in his hands were at most superior heaven grade. He didn't even dare to think about divine grade immortal weapons. Good eyes. Lin Fei took back the divine sword. It was a repaired sword that contained a trace of divinity. When it was used, it was invincible. What a pity, I'm going to use this sword to send you to hell. Slaughter Sword Formation. Lin Fei activated the Slaughter Sword Formation again. Hundreds of immortal swords gathered together and slashed down again. The sword light shot out, and the terrifying power shattered all the vines. Bang, bang, bang. Elder Outyin had seen it used before. The power was ordinary, and he didn't think much of it. But when the Slaughter Sword Formation arrived, it exploded with dazzling light, and its power increased. Swoosh! The sword formation slashed down, and Elder Outyin was sent flying. The immortal armor on his body was completely shattered, and he became a naked immortal. You've been hiding something. Elder Outyin flew out from the crater and vomited blood. He showed rare fear. The power just now and this set of immortal swords had increased infinitely. He was injured on the spot. Go! Lin Fei waved his hand, and a sky full of black light shot out. Elder Outyin was no longer as high-spirited as before. The moment he saw the opponent attack, he didn't care about anything else and dodged. He was too afraid of this guy. You've been tricked. As soon as Elder Proud Heaven dodged to the side, he realized that he had been duped. A divine sword appeared in front of him, pulsing with an aura of death as it stabbed into his chest. Purgatory's sect will chase you to the ends of the earth. Lin Fei excelled in speed. Elder Outyin knew that he had been tricked the moment he dodged. The opponent was so fast that he couldn't react at all. You won't live to see that day. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, sucking him into the heaven and earth furnace and turning it into immortal energy to replenish his losses. Finally wiped them out. Chapter 747. Killing people is still the best. Atop a tall mountain, Lin Fei was sorting out the loot he had obtained this time. Setting aside the experience points he had gained, just the immortal stones he had obtained amounted to 30 million low-grade immortal stones. Others might be shocked by such a humongous figure. However, in Lin Fei's opinion, these fellas were just paupers. After killing more than 1,000 heavenly immortals, 20 million low-grade immortal stones was nothing at all. Other than that, there were some celestial techniques that were useless to Lin Fei. He didn't need to learn them. It would be useless to learn too much. Recycle all of them in exchange for a large number of points. 30 million low-grade celestial stones and 10,000 mid-grade celestial stones. That should be enough. Lin Fei put away the items. All right, there's still these materials. I wonder if they are useful to me? After putting away the useful things, there were still a lot of materials of all shapes and sizes. For Lin Fei, who didn't forge weapons, they were really useless. Ding. Testing in progress. After the system update, there were many new functions and the testing system was one of them. This system could save Lin Fei a lot of trouble. Ding. Discovered top-grade material, Star Stone, material for the second transformation of the God Fiend body. Lin Fei was very surprised. He had planned to check on the God Fiend body later. He didn't expect it to appear so soon. Top-grade material, Star Stone? According to the system's classification, Lin Fei quickly found the top-grade material and placed it on his palm. It was a blue stone with a warm aura the size of a fingernail. If not for the system's notification, Lin Fei wouldn't have known that it was there. Lin Fei immediately went to check on the God Fiend body. After the system rated it as the first transformation, Lin Fei remembered it clearly. The 9 transformation was something he shouldn't have, especially when he was fighting against mystic immortals tonight. Even though they were all at the early stage mystic immortal stage, their celestial force was thick and their celestial weapons were very powerful. The power of the spear was enough to kill a few celestial immortals. So, the God Fiend body has a total of 9 transformations. Each transformation requires all kinds of materials and pills to continuously improve the body until the 9th transformation, the true God Fiend body. Lin Fei didn't dare to imagine. The first transformation of the God Fiend body could fight against an early-stage mystic immortal. What would happen after the God Fiend body reached the 9th transformation? At that time, even immortal emperors would be left in the dust. To advance from the first transformation of the God Fiend body to the 2nd transformation, I need 5 kilograms of Star Stone and 50 kilograms of Heaven Stone. Lin Fei was speechless when he saw the list of items required for his advancement. 5 gene of Star Stone. Such a small piece could already be seen as precious. 10 gene of Star Stone? Lin Fei didn't even know what it was. This was the item required for him to advance to the 2nd job transition. What about the rest? I still need a long time to advance from the heavenly immortal realm to the mystic immortal realm. The only thing that can increase my strength should be the God Fiend body. Lin Fei thought. The next task is to find the materials needed for the God Fiend body. I still need a long time to advance from the heavenly immortal realm to the mystic immortal realm. The only thing that can increase my strength should be the God Fiend body. Lin Fei thought. The next task is to find the materials needed for the God-Fiend body. The first transformation of the God-Fiend body was already so awesome. Then the second transformation should be even more terrifying. If he encountered a divine, great immortal artifact, he would be able to resist it. Ding! The system has detected that a genius treasure has appeared nearby. Lin Fei was still searching for resources when the system sent a notification. A genius treasure? As mentioned before, after the system update, there was an additional function. When Lin Fei started, the system automatically searched for it. I have to go take a look. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He had heard that the Heaven Realm's heavenly treasures were the real heavenly treasures. Every one of them had divine effects. Now that he had come across one, it would be a pity if he didn't take a look. Search the general location. In the lower realm, this system couldn't be activated. With the system's guidance, Lin Fei was like a fish in water. Even though he hadn't seen the treasure yet, he already treated it as his own. It's quiet inside. Is it over? The people outside the mountain range were all paying attention to the situation inside. After a long time, there was still no movement. This situation lasted until dawn. Who wants to go in and take a look? There were already people who were prepared to go in and take a look. There had been no movement for a long time, and it made their hearts itch. They wanted to see what exactly was going on and whether the Great Purgatory sect had really suffered a loss. We have to go in and take a look. There were many people gathered outside. Coupled with the news from last night, many forces had sent spies over. Their goal was simple: to observe the whole process. Charge in. The Purgatory sect disciples at the entrance of the mountain range were also restless. Coupled with the people outside rushing in, they didn't dare to stop them and let them out. Look, there are traces of battle here. Here, too, these people formed groups and searched everywhere. Soon, they saw traces of battle everywhere. What a terrifying sword chi. It's still lingering even now. A powerful sword expert. Every time they looked, they would be shocked. They were truly stunned by the opponent's sword skills. The remnant sword chi intertwined like a natural barrier that couldn't be crossed. Everyone come quickly. After an unknown period of time, urgent voices echoed in the sky. When they arrived and saw the scene in front of them, they all sucked in a breath. Not far from them, there was a small forest, but now it didn't look like a forest anymore. What replaced it was a mountain of corpses, as well as the heads of those who died unwillingly. Isn't that the leader, Elder Outyin? Suddenly, someone pointed at the head at the top of the corpses. His expression was filled with unwillingness. That's Elder Poisonous Dragon. Such a mountain of corpses hadn't appeared in many years. More importantly, this was a disciple of Purgatory sect. Look, there's another sentence here. Beside the mountain of corpses, there were a few words left on a huge tree trunk. Revenge has just begun. These few simple words caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Who dared to take revenge against the Purgatory sect? Just who was this tyrannical? Not only did he kill people, he even piled up the corpses into a mountain. Get out! A loud rumbling sound descended from the sky like muffled thunder. The spectating immortals were all blasted away, coughing up blood. Not a single person was left standing. All of them were sent flying. If it weren't for the fact that the one who attacked had restrained himself, all of the spectators would have been killed. Golden Immortal. Chapter 748. Run. The expert from Purgatory sect is here. The people who had been sent flying weren't too badly injured and didn't affect their ability to leave. They crawled up from the ground in a panic, as if they had seen a demon king and left in a hurry. Or rather, they ran in a panic. The person who had attacked them just now was a golden immortal expert. Each of them was an expert and had a certain amount of power in their sect. They hadn't expected that a small matter would attract the attention of a golden immortal expert from Purgatory sect. After a while, there was no one left except for the people from Purgatory sect. Those people had all run away. They were running as far as they could. They didn't even think about it. They couldn't wait to watch the show. It was normal for them to end up like this. How dare you kill people from Purgatory sect? The person who had come was dressed in a brocade robe. He wasn't old, and just standing there seemed to cause the world to revolve around him. A terrifying aura flowed around his body, and no one dared to get close. Rumble, the surroundings exploded and the ground sank. It wasn't hard to tell that this expert from Purgatory's sect was furious. What had happened in Immortal Wild Mountain Range couldn't be hidden. Those people ran back from the mountain range and immediately reported the news to the various factions. Thousands of Heaven Immortals from Purgatory's sect, all of them, including the outer sect elders, were killed. They couldn't believe this news. Since when had someone dared to attack Purgatory's sect? Very few people in the northern region dared to do so. Heaven Immortal? What kind of joke was this? The first was an accident, but the second was a complete shock. All the major forces were dumbfounded. They thought that it was a powerful expert who could kill so many Heaven Immortals. That was understandable. But now, it was a Heaven Immortal kid who appeared out of nowhere. Was this a joke? If they hadn't seen the strength of Purgatory's sect's Heaven Immortals, they would have thought that they were a bunch of trash. Before the various factions could digest the news, another piece of news came. A golden immortal expert from Purgatory's sect had come down. Everyone was shocked. Purgatory's sect had even sent a golden immortal expert. What had this Heaven Immortal kid done to deserve such anger from Purgatory's sect? Then, a golden immortal expert personally took charge and withdrew a supreme immortal artifact to chase after the heavenly immortal kid. Everywhere he went, he killed the people in the mountain range. It was a cruel and bloody scene. He wanted to find the other party and wouldn't give up. Suddenly, the immortal wilderness mountain range became the focus of attention. Many people were trying to find out who the Heaven Immortal kid was and why he was worth the experts of the Purgatory sect. Some people said that he was a powerful swordsman with superb sword skills. There were others who said that this person had an exceptional immortal artifact on him and was targeted by the Purgatory sect. All kinds of gossip kept spreading. No one knew which one was real and which one was fake. Nonsense. They're all talking nonsense. In a courtyard, Shueshan's face was filled with shock. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't expect Brother Lin to be so King awesome to be able to kill so many people in one move. When he found out about the gossip that was spreading outside, he demoted them to the point where they had nothing to do. If they wanted to know the situation, then it must be them. Xiao Shan, don't ever say such things outside. Cheng Fei knew that Lin Fei wasn't simple, but he didn't expect him to do such a big thing. A Heaven Immortal killed thousands of Heaven Immortals and Xian Immortal experts. Shueshan nodded. I know, but what about them? Cheng Fei smiled. It's fine. When the time comes, I will bring you guys out to complete the mission. Out of sight, out of mind. This isn't something we can meddle in. Cheng Fei couldn't stay calm when he saw Lin Fei do such a big thing. He was actually very impressed. From the first time he saw him, he knew that he was extraordinary. How many people could face the Purgatory sect alone? For safety's sake, it was better to complete the mission outside so that he wouldn't get involved. The Purgatory sect was one of the top immortal sects in the North region. That sentence of revenge has just begun made everyone know that the Purgatory sect had done something stupid. If they didn't kill him, there would be a good show. In the continuous mountain range, the dragon horse was like the wind, flying across the sky quickly. They dodged all of the giant existences that occupied the place. This was the depths of the mountain range. It wasn't the immortal wilderness mountain range anymore, but another mountain range that was many times larger than the immortal wilderness mountain range. Countless powerful existences lived here. There were even some ancient existences. They rarely showed themselves, but once they did, they were all powerful existences. Even immortals had to avoid them. Therefore, the deeper the mountain range was, the less people dared to enter. Once a powerful existence died in the mountain range, it was a common occurrence. But now, the people on the dragon horse could avoid the powerful existences and go deeper. If people saw them, they would definitely be shocked. This group of people moved very quickly, especially the flood dragon horses, which were top-notch mounts for speed. Master, there's a valley in front of the mountain. The treasure is in the valley. Wanshan Immortal pointed to a place ahead. Master, there's a valley in front of the mountain. The treasure is in the valley. Wanshan, if we can get the treasure this time, I will bring you with me to Shengtian Academy. Ying Tianen smiled, his face full of pride. Wanshan was so excited that he almost knelt down. Thank you, Master. Shantian Academy was the most influential existence in the North region. Countless people wanted to be a member. After becoming a member, they could do whatever they wanted in the North region. Even though Wanshan had established an adventurer group, it was actually nothing much. However, if he could become a study attendant of the Holy Heaven Academy, his status would be different. If he was lucky and learned a profound immortal art, he could graduate from being a study attendant and become an outer core disciple. At that time, even a city lord would have to treat him with respect. As long as you work for me sincerely, you will be rewarded. Ing Tianhen was in high spirits. Becoming a disciple of Shangtian Academy was something to be proud of. F*CK, why are there so many powerful existences in this mountain range? Each one is more shocking than the last. This is a scam. It's all the dam system's fault. In a mountain range, Lin Fei hid in the divine fire space. He followed the system's guidance and went straight to the place where the treasure was. In the beginning, Lin Fei did not doubt the system's guidance. But after entering another mountain range, he ran into big trouble. During this period, immortal beasts kept coming out. At first, he thought it was normal, but as they got stronger and stronger, Lin Fei did not dare to make a move. The immortal beasts were too strong. Even his first transformation, God Fiend body, was defeated. If he did not run fast enough, who knew what would have happened? From that moment on, Lin Fei remembered to never take the system's guidance seriously. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. Hence this scene. How can there be treasures in the depths of this mountain range? Lin Fei carefully controlled the divine fire space. Even if there are treasures, the powerful existences living here should have sensed it long ago. How can it be my turn? Lin Fei could not figure out this problem. But since the system had already said so, it must be true. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei pushed the divine fire space to the limit. During this time, a few powerful existences tried to snatch the divine fire space. They seemed to treat it as a treasure, giving them quite a fright. Fortunately, they later learned to be obedient. They walked between the two territories, not worrying about encountering powerful existences. Flood dragon horses? In the divine flame space, near a valley, Lin Fei actually saw flood dragon horses. There were a total of 8 flood dragon horses. My luck can't be that good, right? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. These flood dragon horses were good stuff. As a mount, he would gain a lot of face. There seems to be someone here. After looking carefully, the scene at the city gate appeared in Lin Fei's mind for some reason. Damn, it can't be them, right? Lin Fei counted the flood dragon horses and matched their numbers. He seemed to be deep in thought. Could it be that they're also here for the treasures? Although he did not know how they came here and avoided the powerful immortal beasts along the way, there was one thing that could not be changed. They were here for treasures, not for sightseeing. Damn, how dare you steal my things? I'll show you. Lin Fei snorted. Let's steal the flood dragon horses first. Let's see how you'll return. Even now, Lin Fei was still afraid of the horrors along the way. Lin Fei first observed the surroundings for a while, not daring to release his divine sense. Not seeing anyone, he suspected that they had gone into the valley. As for why they left the flood dragon horses at the entrance of the valley, that was a question. Who cares why they left them here? If I run into them, the flood dragon horses are mine. Controlling the divine flame space, he headed for the flood dragon horses. The flood dragon horses that had been chewing suddenly stopped, as if sensing something, startling Lin Fei. It turns out that the flood dragon horse is very sensitive. The moment there is any movement, it will be able to detect it. Lin Fei immediately understood that they were used as sentries. Those who did not know might really fall for it. Unfortunately, this trick is useless against me. The flood dragon horses reacted quickly, but unfortunately, Lin Fei's divine flame space specialized in dealing with them. He quietly came to the side and released a huge whirlpool, swallowing the flood dragon horse. After succeeding with one, Lin Fei knew that these flood dragon horses were just a guard against the outside world. As for the other flood dragon horses, he was not worried at all. The remaining 7 flood dragon horses were all taken down by Lin Fei. Awesome, 8 flood dragon horses. Within the divine flame space, the 8 flood dragon horses were sealed by the divine flame. As if they knew the power of the flame, they became extremely obedient. Lin Fei took away the 8 flood dragon horses just like that. Only Lin Fei could make them so quiet in a short period of time. They should all be inside. I'll take care of them all at once. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Chapter 749. Just as Lin Fei was about to go in to see what was going on, the sound of something tearing through the air interrupted his thoughts. Someone came here? Lin Fei was puzzled. Could it be that the person was also here for the treasure? Otherwise, who would appear here? Let me take a look first. He had relied on the God-fiend body and the divine fire space to get here. If outsiders could come, their strength would not be simple. It was best to be careful. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. Lin Fei controlled the divine fire space and attached it to the rocks. The other party arrived quietly. What a powerful aura! The moment they descended, they were like 2 super helicopters. Their powerful auras transformed into saber beams that whistled through the air. The surrounding trees and rocks danced in the air like snowflakes falling. It was incomparably dazzling. Lin Fei saw 2 young men. They looked young, but their eyes were full of spirit. A glance from them could shock the world. So far, these 2 were the strongest people Lin Fei had seen. They were many times stronger than the 3 mystic immortals he had killed before. I wonder where these 2 came from. What a powerful foundation. Just their auras are so condensed that they can kill heaven immortals. Lin Fei thought. Fortunately, I kept the flood dragon horse just now. Otherwise, they would have benefited. Senior brother, this treasure is useful. We actually made it here safely. One of the short young men took out a golden skeleton and sighed in amazement. The person who was addressed as senior brother was very proud. Of course. This is the skeleton of the white tiger, one of the 4 divine beasts. No, it should be the supremacy white tiger. It advanced from the 4 divine beasts to the supremacy white tiger. Its entire body contains the might of a supremacy. Any powerful existence will subconsciously be suppressed by the supremacy's might. Supremacy white tiger? Good stuff. Lin Fei drooled. He wished he could snatch it from their hands. He had worked hard all the way here, but they easily came here with the skeleton of a divine beast like the supremacy white tiger. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Senior brother is mighty. The short junior brother flattered. The supreme white tiger skeleton is nothing. That person continued. What can our Elysium Academy not have? Right now, we are outer court disciples. Once we become inner court disciples, we will be able to enjoy even greater authority. Senior brother, let me tell you, only by continuously increasing our strength, becoming inner court disciples is our goal. Senior brother Zhao, junior brother has learned something. The short junior brother seemed to have been injected with adrenaline and was immediately filled with fighting spirit. All right, let's go in now. There's a divine soul grass here. If it hasn't been taken, it should still be here, Zhao Long said proudly. Congratulations, senior brother. It said that the God soul grass can strengthen one's spiritual consciousness. It's a pity that the legendary God soul grass is missing in this world. The short Feng Tian said regretfully. God spirit grass is just something from the legends. Don't believe it so easily, Zhao Long said nonchalantly. Let's go in. In a flash, the 2 of them entered a valley not far away and disappeared. God soul grass, God soul grass? Lin Fei pondered. Could it be that the 2 are one? Lin Fei had consumed the God soul grass before, strengthening his spiritual consciousness and entering the heaven immortal realm. How could he not be surprised when he heard about the God soul grass, especially when it was related to the God soul grass? It doesn't matter if it's true or not. I have consumed the God soul grass before, so I must get my hands on the God soul grass no matter where you are from. Lin Fei was afraid of this Elysium Academy. The 2 outer court disciples were only Xian immortal realm cultivators. They had accumulated a lot of experience and were like war gods descending from the heavens. When they were all in and Lin Fei was about to enter, the two of them came back. "Senior brother, other than us, no one will come here," Feng Tian said disapprovingly. Xiaolong's eyes were sharp as if he wanted to see through everyone. "God soul grass is very useful to me. There's nothing wrong with being careful. This place once had the remnant aura of the flood dragon horse. It's better to be careful." This be asterisk starred. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had not rushed in immediately. Otherwise, he might have been caught off guard and exposed himself. After a while, when no one came out, Lin Fei believed that they had really entered. He then controlled the god flame space to enter the valley. The two from Elysium Academy had accumulated a lot of experience. It wasn't something Lung Yun and the rest could compare to. Lin Fei felt that it was better to be careful in case he was discovered. If he hadn't discovered the God Soul Grass before, Lin Fei wouldn't have cared so much. However, the word just now reminded him that the God Soul Grass and God Soul Grass had extraordinary effects. Especially when the two were linked together, the effects would be even better. Even though it sounded like a legend, Lin Fei was willing to give it a try. If he was lucky, he might get a huge opportunity. It wouldn't be worth it not to try. There are sounds of fighting. After entering the valley, there were rocks everywhere. The place was filled with a cold and gloomy aura. Lin Fei reacted subconsciously. "Don't kill me. This young master is also a disciple of Elysium Academy." Lin Fei approached carefully. After passing through a pile of rocks, he appeared at the end of the valley. It turned out that the valley wasn't big. At the end of the valley, there was a small lake in the forest. The lake water was pitch black and gloomy. In the forest beside the lake, there were a few corpses. One of the corpses was injured on the ground. His chest was heaving up and down as he struggled. "You're from Elysium Academy?" Xiaolong stopped and asked. When they arrived, they saw that someone had beaten them to it. So, they made a move on the spot. With their strength, they swept through the area, leaving corpses on the ground. As expected, it's that young master, Ing Tianhen. I didn't expect him to come for the God Soul Grass. Lin Fei was quite surprised. When he saw the flood dragon horse, he had some doubts in his heart. But when he saw Ing Tianhen on the ground, he couldn't help but be shocked. "Yes, I'm going to Elysium Academy in a month," Ing Tianhen explained. The two of them were simply too strong. With just one attack, they had killed off his subordinates and wounded him as well. That's right. That's right. Anyone can say that they're a disciple of Elysium Academy. Do you have any proof? Feng Tian's eyes flashed coldly. He took out an item and waved it in front of Ing Tianhen. "We're from Elysium Academy." Ing Tianhen's eyes flashed with joy. "Senior brothers, we're from the same academy. This is my proof." He took out a token from his storage ring. The words Elysium were engraved on the front. It was as if a saint had come into being. Whoosh, the token landed in Feng Tian's hand. "Senior brother, this token is indeed from our Elysium Academy. You should be a new batch of outer disciples." He hasn't sent in his origin divine sense and merged with the Elysium token, Feng Tian said, clearly relieved. Xiaolong's smile disappeared and turned into a cold sneer. "The God Soul Grass that I'm interested in isn't something that you mortals can covet." Ing Tianhen was an idiot. He said in a panic, "You can't kill me. My aunt is an inner disciple of Elysium Academy. If you dare make a move, you'll definitely die." Chapter 750. You're just an outer disciple who hasn't even entered the school yet. Who will know if I kill you? Feng Tian's eyes gleamed coldly. If you were an official outer disciple, we wouldn't be able to touch you with the Elysium token protecting you. But now, Zhao Long took a step forward, unleashing an immortal art. Immortal energy and runes filled the sky, interweaving together. The injured Ing Tianhen's eyes widened as his fleshly body collapsed, killed on the spot. The immortal art of a Xian immortal stage immortal was extremely powerful. It was not something the injured Ing Tianhen could defend against. "You dare to covet my soul grass? You're courting death." Zhao Long sneered. Ever since he found the soul grass, he treated it as his own. How could he allow an outsider to steal it? Just as he said, if the other party was an official outer disciple of the Elysium Academy, they wouldn't dare to attack. The Academy didn't allow internal strife, so they left an immortal's power on the Elysium token. Once they attacked, they'd leave their aura on the body. PFFF. Zhao Long let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. He slammed into the walls of the valley, and a large number of rocks fell down. No one had expected such a scene to unfold. Feng Tian, how dare you attack me? Zhao Long struggled out of the rubble. His face was filled with rage as he pulled out a needle from his back. Soul, trapping nail. Feng Tian smiled crazily. Dear senior brother, we didn't think I would attack you, did you? Within the divine flame space, Lin Fei was also shocked. To think that something like this would actually happen. It really was a good show. I'm going to kill you. Zhao Long didn't expect that his most trusted junior brother would make a move against him and even use the insidious soul-extinguishing nail. Zhao Long wanted to kill him. Kill me? Ha ha. How are you going to kill me? Feng Tian laughed. You've been hit by the soul-destroying nail, and your body will melt. So will your primordial spirit. Who asked you to bring me here to find the soul grass? Only the fated can obtain such a supreme treasure. Unfortunately, you're not fated to get it. PFFF. Zhao Long spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body started to melt. The soul-destroying nail's power started. Die. Seeing that he wouldn't be able to survive, Zhao Hu took out the supreme white tiger skeleton and activated it. A ferocious light soared into the sky, and a supreme white tiger appeared. Roar. The supreme white tiger was in charge of slaughter. It released a long roar and swooped down. At both sides of the valley, mountain rocks flew everywhere and the great earth split apart. Gung metal aura filled the skies. Bang, Feng Tian was sent flying, crashing into the valley. He had been injured in just one move. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Feng Tian struggled to stand up. You have a treasure. Junior brother also has a treasure. This is a top-grade armor. Otherwise, we would really be at a disadvantage. Unknowingly, a silver-white armor had appeared on Feng Tian's body. At this moment, the armor was dented, and his face was pale. Clearly, he hadn't been able to withstand that attack. That supreme white tiger just now was really terrifying. Lin Fei was inwardly startled. A piece of skeleton already possesses such might. If the white tiger sovereign was truly here, I wonder how terrifying it would be. This Elysium Academy's disciple is truly wealthy. You really hit it well. Zhao Long's aura was getting weaker and weaker. The soul destruction nail had almost melted. It's a pity that you can't use the supreme white tiger sovereign anymore. Feng Tian walked over with greed in his eyes. The god soul grass will belong to me alone. With this god soul grass, I will definitely be able to stand out in the outer sect. No one will be able to stop me. After using the supreme white tiger sovereign skeleton once, Feng Tian was no longer worried. Primordial spirit ignition. Zhao Long, who was about to die, opened his eyes. His primordial spirit flew out and supreme power descended. He used the supreme white tiger sovereign skeleton for the last time and attacked Feng Tian. Let's die together. At this moment, Zhao Long's primordial spirit completely ignited, and he used a powerful killing move. Bang! The supreme white tiger sovereign arrived. Crack, crack! That top-grade armor was shattered into pieces. The supreme white tiger sovereign's gung metal aura swept down like sword chi and interweaved. Haha, I'm still not dead. Feng Tian crawled out from the rubble. His armor was already broken. He took out an immortal pill and swallowed it to recover from his injuries. The god soul grass is mine. No one can take it away from me. Being able to become a disciple of the Holy Heavens Academy, which one of them didn't have any ambitions. Senior brother, your mistake is that you shouldn't have told me that humans have ambitions. For the sake of standing out, what's the harm in killing you? Everyone looks out for themselves. You are too stupid. Feng Tian had followed Zhao Long for a long time and was always treated as a little brother. Ever since he found out about the God Soul Grass, he had the idea to buy a sinister immortal weapon like the Soul Destruction Nail. The Elysium token was the least guarded against such a sinister immortal weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a person walked out from the quiet valley and appeared in front of Feng Tian. I didn't expect to see such a good show in a place like this. Lin Fei walked up to the supreme white tiger sovereign skeleton and reached out to grab it. Feng Tian stared at the powerful immortal weapon falling into Lin Fei's hand with a hideous expression. A heaven immortal dares to take advantage of me? You're courting death. Feng Tian's body emitted several immortal force runes. The sky was filled with dazzling lights like the stars in the night sky. Roar! Another supreme being white tiger slaughtered its way over. It released a tremendous roar, immediately shattering the immortal force symbols that filled the sky. To be able to be called a supreme being, how could it be ordinary? It slaughtered its way towards Feng Tian. Bang, bang, bang. The heavily injured Feng Tian's body exploded. The supreme white tiger's attack was too ferocious, crushing everything in its path. In this one-sided situation, immortal light descended from Feng Tian's body as the Elysium token was activated. Enter. Lin Fei had expected this. When the immortal light descended, a wave of energy descended and hid in the divine fire space. The trembling energy traveled through the air and an immortal appeared. He had a dignified expression and could determine life and death with a glance. Once this immortal appeared, even Lin Fei, who was in the divine fire space, felt his soul being suppressed. It was incomparably terrifying. After a few short breaths, which felt like a century, the immortal dissipated. How terrifying! If Lin Fei hadn't been hiding at the side and heard their conversation, he would have been heavily injured by this supreme immortal's attack. I'm safe now. After a full hour, the valley was silent. Other than the stench of blood, there was nothing else. Standing in the valley, Lin Fei put away the supreme white tiger skeleton. After activating it 3 times in a row, the skeleton was covered in cracks and looked like it would collapse at any moment. What a pity. If I activate it one more time, it will probably shatter. Lin Fei had a supreme treasure refining technique that could refine thousands of treasures. This supreme white tiger skeleton wasn't refined by anyone. It could be said that anyone could activate it. The reason why Lin Fei came out so quickly was because he didn't want his opponent to get his hands on the skeleton. He activated it too quickly, and it could be said that no matter how many people came, he would be able to kill them all. The supreme grade armor was amazing, but it was still torn apart by the supreme white tiger. Lin Fei didn't want to go through the same thing again. He would rather take the risk and attack. Everything went as he imagined. Zhao Long's senior brother heavily injured his opponent. Adding on the fact that he had lost his armor, he was fated to be crushed. After putting away the supreme white tiger skeleton, Xiao Chun found a few storage rings. Unfortunately, the quality of the storage rings was not high. Under the attack of the supreme white tiger's gunmetal blade, they were all trash. Not a single one was intact. As for the things inside, needless to say, they were all shattered. After cleaning up the scene, Lin Fei cared about the most was a sacred heaven token. A blank sacred heaven token. On the surface of the token, there were 2 words, sacred heaven, and the back was blank. They found a complete sacred heaven token at the scene with the word Zhao Long on the back. As for the other token, it was completely broken, but the words heaven ceiling could still be seen. When I go out, I will ask around about the Sacred Heaven Academy. If they are powerful, it will be much easier to find a backer. If an outer disciple can obtain a powerful immortal artifact like the Supreme White Tiger, then wouldn't it be even better for an inner disciple? Lin Fei thought, if I want to advance my God-fiend physique, I will need a large amount of supreme-grade materials and immortal pills. The Sacred Heaven Academy might be a good place to go. Whether to go to the Sacred Heaven Academy or not, Lin Fei hadn't decided yet. Therefore, he kept the 2 Sacred Heaven tokens. The only thing he had to do now was to get the Divine Soul Grass. The battle at the scene didn't affect the area. There was a piece of pure land in the middle of the lake. There was an immortal herb glowing with a silvery white light. It looked like a bright moon, and it made people feel relaxed and happy. Ying Tianhen and the rest arrived a long time ago, but they didn't go to collect it. It shouldn't be ripe yet, Lin Fei guessed. Since they came at this time, it shouldn't be far from ripening. Thinking of this, Lin Fei calmed down. The ripening day should be at night, and it wouldn't be too late. For safety and the ripening of the heavenly treasure, Lin Fei took out the array formation of the Sacred Heaven Academy's disciples from his storage ring. They seemed to have expected the change, and specially brought the array formation. At this moment, it had become a free tool in Lin Fei's hands. After setting up the array formation, Lin Fei felt at ease. The power of the array formation from the Sacred Heaven Academy shouldn't be simple. It shouldn't be a problem to isolate the changes brought about by the ripening of the divine soul grass. Therefore, Lin Fei began to wait just like that. The moon was high in the sky. Lin Fei waited until midnight. The bright moonlight shone down, and the temperature of the valley continued to drop. Frost appeared in the surroundings. This lake is also emitting a cold aura. Ordinary immortal herbs won't be able to survive. Lin Fei stared at the divine soul grass in the middle of the lake. Even though the cold aura was dense, it couldn't invade the divine soul grass. Whoosh! In the quiet valley, the black lake began to move. Like a wave, it began to sway unceasingly. Lin Fei frowned, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. The lake water rolled, and a giant snake about 100 zhang long rushed out of the lake. Its black scales flashed coldly under the night sky, and a fishy smell assaulted his nostrils. Hiss! The giant snake came out of the water, and its sinister eyes stared at Lin Fei. Chapter 751. What a scam! While hiding in the valley, Lin Fei attempted to investigate, but there was nothing in the lake. To his surprise, the flood serpent hiding at the bottom of the lake came out just as the divine soul grass was about to mature. It had the ability to fool one's divine perception. Whoosh! Whoosh! The flood serpent treated Lin Fei as a potential enemy. The black water that filled the sky shot down like arrows, instantly corroding the void. The vast void was in an incomplete state. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Fei didn't dare block the flood serpent's attack with his god-fiend body. The spot where he was originally, I was in a mess. At the same time, there were still remnants of the corrosive aura. This flood serpent's venom is truly terrifying. Even a mystic immortal would be poisoned if they were caught off guard, right? Lin Fei constantly dodged the attacks as he guessed. The divine soul grass in the middle of the lake was about to mature. It emitted a resplendent glow that made the night seem like day. I can't continue. Otherwise, the divine soul grass will really not be fated with me. Lin Fei drew his divine sword. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't use a divine-grade immortal sword. Whoosh! 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 Lin Fei's sword art flew out like a wave, landing on the flood serpent's body. Such a fast sword art only left white marks on the flood serpent's body. A divine-grade immortal sword coupled with a sword art could kill even mystic immortals. However, it was useless against the flood serpent. Damn it! Lin Fei cursed. He used his movement technique and dashed over. He wanted to be the first to obtain the God Soul Grass. After a short attack, Lin Fei had already realized that the flood serpent was definitely extraordinary. If he could snatch it, a peak mystic immortal would temporarily be unable to break through its defenses. The flood serpent seemed to be very smart. With a flash of its massive body, the black water that filled the sky enveloped Lin Fei like a sky curtain. It wanted to block Lin Fei outside and prevent him from snatching it. Lin Fei had seen the power of the black water. It was extraordinary. Even with his god-fiend body, he couldn't withstand it. Damn it! Don't tell me I'm going to miss this opportunity just like that. Lin Fei wasn't willing to give up. The black water canopy had blocked his way. Was he really going to miss the treasure and the great opportunity that belonged to him? Whoosh! Lin Fei's primordial spirit suddenly flew out, uncontrollably. Whoosh! His essence, soul rushed through the sky and strangely landed on the flood serpent's body. The flood serpent, which tried to take the divine soul grass, stopped moving. Good chance. Lin Fei activated the divine sword and tore open the sky curtain, charging over. Losing control, the sky curtain lost its power. Return. He grabbed it with his big hand, but the mellow treasure light bounced back. This was the first time he didn't catch it, which surprised Lin Fei. The God Soul grass had a spirit. Lin Fei used all his strength to uproot the godly soul grass. The moment it left the ground, a godly spirit appeared and disappeared in a flash, shocking everyone. I finally got it. Lin Fei saw the changes in the godly soul grass. Then, he thought of the divine spirit grass that he had consumed before. It seemed to be extremely similar to this scene. The godly soul grass and divine spirit grass belonged to the same body. It wasn't unreasonable, but it was a pity that these two types were extremely rare. After obtaining the godly soul grass, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the flood serpent in the black water again. It was motionless as if it was dead. It's the problem after my primordial spirit fused with the Holy Mother again. Ever since he self-detonated, there was a certain problem with his primordial spirit fusing with the Holy Mother. It wasn't too obvious when he was in the lower realm, but after coming up, Lin Fei saw the difference, but he couldn't do anything about it. If his primordial spirit hadn't come out and stopped the flood serpent, the godly soul grass definitely wouldn't have belonged to Lin Fei. He would probably have been able to watch helplessly. My primordial spirit is absorbing the power of the flood serpent? Lin Fei was shocked. The powerful flood serpent's power was constantly weakening. It was no longer as powerful as before. White cocoons of light kept appearing beside it. Lin Fei wasn't surprised by the white cocoon. Back in the Holy Mother's space, it was this white cocoon. Could it be that my primordial spirit is about to hatch a species? Lin Fei was secretly alarmed. It had really become nondescript. This process didn't take long. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the flood serpent turned into a pile of bones. Who would have thought that the flood serpent would turn into a pile of white bones in such a short time? His primordial spirit transmitted news that the white cocoon would hatch into a powerful species in less than 10 days. Lin Fei put away the white cocoon, and his primordial spirit returned to his sea of consciousness. He didn't feel any discomfort. The flood serpent's skin should be quite valuable. Lin Fei put away the flood serpent's skin. It was definitely an extraordinary item to be able to block the attack of a divine-grade immortal sword. It was definitely the right choice to take care of it. With the godly soul grass in hand, Lin Fei planned to change locations and consume the immortal grass to see what the results would be. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound followed. A raised hand slapped down from the sky and smashed into the valley. The entire valley was instantly razed to the ground. I will hunt you to the ends of the earth for killing someone from my purgatory sect. A powerful existence appeared in the sky above the mountain. He was the one who had slammed down that huge mountain valley. The huge mountain valley had been turned into flat ground. It was a scene of devastation. It was no longer the same as before. This person was the golden immortal expert who had been chasing after him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei rushed out from the ruins. He was injured by the palm, and his god-fiend body cracked. He targeted a spot and instantly flew out. He's not dead. The golden immortal expert was shocked. A heaven immortal kid didn't die from his palm. He was really lucky. 10,000ly capture. The golden immortal expert reached out and grabbed. His arm extended infinitely. The Jingguang was resplendent, illuminating the night sky as it grabbed towards the heaven immortal kid. Lin Fei cursed. He could still catch up to him in such a place. F***CK. Was the Purgatory sect a dog to be able to find him here? This was deep in a mountain range, and there were no traces left behind. He couldn't help but admire the Purgatory sect's tracking ability. Not simple. Slash. Lin Fei slashed out. Sword intent slashed onto the long hand. With his full strength, he slashed the huge hand apart. Divine grade immortal sword. The golden immortal expert's expression turned ugly. He had failed twice in a row. If word got out, he would be a joke. You can't escape. The golden immortal expert had a thought. His broken arm grew back, and he chased, wanting to capture Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his speed to the maximum. However, the golden immortal behind him was still unhurried. The distance between him and the golden immortal continued to close. It wouldn't be long before he lost the advantage. The speed of a golden immortal expert is really terrifying. My speed is still not enough. Lin Fei felt the pressure. As time goes on, he will definitely catch up. I have to think of a way to shake him off. The distance between them continued to close. It wasn't a good thing for Lin Fei. His eyes moved, and an idea came to him. Old thing behind me, you could just eat my dust. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei activated it once more, and his movement technique increased once more. Sharp-tongued fellow, when I catch you, I will definitely let you have a taste of all my methods. Chapter 752. Rumble, in the dark night, rays of light shone as bright as day. A tyrannical force rushed over. No matter what it was hit. Dust fell from the sky, fluttering everywhere. You're pissing me off. The golden immortal expert who had been chasing after Lin Fan said angrily. It had been an hour since the chase started. That heaven immortal kid's mouth had not been clean, and he kept spewing vulgarities that were hard to hear. When had a dignified golden immortal expert ever received such treatment? Everyone was respectful to him and wanted to suck up to him, afraid of offending him. But right now, a stinking brat was speaking viciously to him, and his curses were as vile as they could be. It caused this golden immortal realm expert's rage to shoot into the sky, yet he had nowhere to vent it. Brat, you can't escape from me. The golden immortal expert had attacked countless times. The tyrannical force tore through the void. If it was anyone else, they would have been torn to pieces and died countless times. Yet this brat had persisted. He seemed to have cultivated a powerful body-tempering cultivation technique. He had held on all the way and was just a small step away from taking down his opponent. Ha ha, old thing, I've heard your words so many times. Can't you change to someone else? Lin Fei coughed out blood as he fled. His first god-fiend body was covered in wounds. It was a ghastly sight. Lin Fei looked relaxed, but in reality, he was under immense pressure. A golden immortal expert was indeed a golden immortal expert. They were extraordinary. If it wasn't for the fact that his immortal power was dense and he was constantly channeling it, he would have been caught long ago. A first refinement god-fiend felt powerless against a golden immortal expert's attack. If he was a second refinement god-fiend, he definitely wouldn't be so heavily injured. Lin Fei had expected Purgatory's sect to pursue him. The only thing he didn't expect was to kill a few human immortals and heaven immortals. At most, they would have sent immortals at the mystic immortal level to deal with him. Lin Fei had never expected Purgatory's sect to take him so seriously. Wrong. It should be the higher-ups who took him seriously and arranged for a golden immortal expert to hunt him down. A golden immortal expert against a heaven immortal was bullying the weak. It would be a joke if word got out. Soon. Just hold on a little longer. I'll definitely teach him a lesson. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. I can't spit out my blood in vain. It's important to have something in return. The golden immortal expert, Wu Shan, was furious. He attacked from afar, causing the other party to cough up blood continuously. Every time he tried to catch up, the other party would explode with immortal power and widen the distance again, maintaining a distance of a few thousand kilometers. This old man doesn't believe that you're made of iron and can persevere for so long. Wu Shan kept activating his immortal power, not giving his opponent any chance to heal himself. He's running towards the swamp. You want to shake me off? Don't even think about it. Seeing that the other party was running downwards, it seemed like he was about to enter a swamp filled with trees. Meteor, fire, rain. The meteors danced in the sky like a fireball, smashing towards the swamp. Wu Shan had checked earlier. There were no powerful immortal beasts below, so there was no need to worry about waking them up. Boom, boom, boom. As the meteor, fire, rain fell, a pitch-black swamp was revealed, as well as the battered sky immortal kid below. Lin Fei snickered. You dared to use an area of effect immortal art like meteor, fire, rain. You're asking for it. Sigh. Your attacks are too strong. You are about to kill me. Lin Fei laughed out loudly and dashed into a dense forest. Wu Shan had always had a bad temper, especially when his superiors arranged for him to hunt down a sky immortal kid. This made him very unhappy. Plus, he had been provoked several times, so he completely exploded. Boom, boom. Wu Shan kept activating immortal arts, trying to injure his opponent. Seeing that his opponent was about to enter the forest, Wu Shan raised his palm. Dark clouds covered the sky. He wanted to slap his opponent half to death. Roar! With his slap, a wave of evil energy shot up into the sky. It transformed into a huge, ferocious beast, boundless and endless. Damn it! There's a powerful, ferocious beast below. Wu Shan's expression changed. He hurriedly retreated. In this mountain range, there were many powerful beings that were terrifying. If he was not careful, he could be decapitated. This was no laughing matter. On his way here, Wu Shan had been very careful. Coupled with his familiarity with the terrain, he did not encounter any huge beasts. Whoosh, 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 the huge swamp moved, and countless tentacles flew out from the bottom. Even though Wu Shan was a golden immortal expert, under the attack of the giant beast, half of his body was destroyed on the spot. The tentacles were invincible in battle. Brat, I won't let you go. A Jingguang shot out and disappeared into the night. This powerful, ferocious beast had not even attacked yet, but Wu Shan, a golden immortal, was already panicking. He began to flee. What a pity I didn't kill him. Below the swamp, Lin Fei did not dare to move. He watched the golden immortal escape, feeling regretful. The ferocious beast below was a darkness tentacle beast. It liked to live in the swamp. Last time, it had passed by this place and almost became its prey. Lin Fei remembered this place. Along the way, Lin Fei used the supreme white tiger to stun the other party. The people from Holy Heaven Academy all said that it was effective. Lin Fei bit the bullet and gave a try. As expected, he succeeded. Cursing was just to provoke the other party and make them not calm down and pay attention to the surroundings. I should be safe for now. Lin Fei did not dare to stay here for long. If the supreme white tiger lost its effect, it would be very bad. Lin Fei chose to leave in the opposite direction. He did not want to bump into that golden immortal. Even if he were to be severely injured, that golden immortal was still stronger than him. It was better not to take that risk. After all, it was not worth it at all. Lin Fei traveled thousands of miles before he found an inconspicuous place and hid in the divine fire space. Since the golden immortal could find him, he must have left something on him. He had to be careful. The divine fire space was isolated from everything, so there was no need to worry. Lin Fei took out the God Soul grass and planned to consume it. He remembered the legend. If it was true, it would be a huge opportunity. I should look for clues before I eat it. That would be a huge loss. Lin Fei flipped through the storage rings and started to search for relevant information. It would be a huge loss to consume such a holy grass carelessly. It was not worth it. Lin Fei really found it. He found a jade scroll in a Tianhan storage ring that recorded information about the God Soul grass. So I can consume the God Soul grass directly. With this, Lin Fei was completely relieved. He took out the God Soul grass again, and Lin Fei swallowed it just like that. The moment he bit it, the fragrance of the medicine filled the air and it melted in his mouth. He was immersed in a mysterious feeling. This was a feeling that Lin Fei had never experienced before. As he ate the entire God Soul grass, that mysterious feeling surged up. He closed his eyes to rest and immersed himself in that mysterious feeling. On the other side, damn brat, you actually tricked me. At the foot of a tall mountain, Wu Shan was in a sorry state. The divine great immortal armor on him had been broken just like that. If not for the divine great immortal armor protecting him, he would not have just been injured. Wu Shan took out the immortal pill and ate it. Thinking about how he was almost killed, he cursed his opponent countless times. He blamed himself for falling for it. Ha! Wu Shan, how did you end up like this? Wu Shan had just eaten the immortal pill when a mocking voice sounded. Then a figure landed. He was not far from Wu Shan, sizing him up with interest. It was not easy for him to escape. Wu Shan did not tidy himself up. Hearing this voice, he knew that things were bad. Feng Xingzi, will you die if you don't tell me? Wu Shan activated the medicine and changed into another immortal armor so that he would not be in such a sorry state. The immortal who came was also a golden immortal from the Purgatory sect. The only difference was that there was enmity between them. Feng Xingzi would always mock Wu Shan. Ah, who let me see you in such a sorry state? You are a golden immortal expert. Feng Xingzi laughed out loud and didn't seem to have restrained himself. This kind of thing is really rare. Did you fight with a huge beast? Ha ha! Wu Shan wanted nothing more than to slap this guy to death. His mouth was as stinky as that brat's. They were equally annoying. However, at this moment, even if Wu Shan attacked, he would not be a match for him. Why are you here? Wu Shan changed the topic. He didn't want to talk about this anymore. The higher-ups have given the order for you to capture him quickly. Right now, our purgatory sect reputation is very bad. We've become a joke in the northern region. Feng Xingzi chuckled out. I requested to come here on my own accord. That's why I saw this scene. This is really interesting. Humph, if you're so capable, try chasing after that heaven immortal. Wu Shan scoffed. Ha, I can't be. Feng Xingzi was surprised. You couldn't have been tricked, right? That's really interesting. That brat is in this mountain range. You can go and find him yourself. Wu Shan closed his eyes to rest and began to heal his injuries. He didn't want to waste any more words. It was really a sad thing. This place is full of powerful immortal beasts. Let's go together. We can take care of each other. Feng Xingzi had always been shrewd and cunning. Wu Shan's strength was slightly stronger than his, but he still ended up like this. Naturally, he didn't dare to act alone. Feng Xingzi didn't believe that Wu Shan was tricked by that brat. How could a heaven immortal brat be so powerful? Wu Shan must have encountered a powerful immortal beast. How could he fool me? Feng Xingzi guessed arrogantly. When Wu Shan heard this, he didn't say anything. That brat was too cunning. He was as slippery as a loach. Two people would be better than one person to deal with him. Even if that brat had a bad breath, his strength was still acceptable. If a golden immortal expert said that he couldn't catch the brat, he would probably be laughed at to death. Naturally, Wu Shan wouldn't say that. When Feng Xingzi said this, he scoffed, whatever. Anyway, I alone am enough to catch that brat. Chapter 753. Whoosh inside the divine fire space. Lin Fei awoke from the mysterious feeling and took a deep breath. A bright light flashed in his eyes, as if he had comprehended something. There seemed to be a mysterious feeling at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to player for obtaining a huge opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to player for advancing to the second revolution of the God-Fiend body. Lin Fei was still digesting the news when he heard the system's joyful voice. He couldn't help but be shocked. I've advanced to the second revolution, just like that? It was a surprise. It was just too surprising. Lin Fei tried to sense it. The demonic aura around him was several times stronger than before. It was a sign of the advancement of the God-Fiend body. Second revolution, God-Fiend body. Isn't that a little too fast? Lin Fei wasn't prepared for his God-Fiend body to reach the second God-Fiend transformation. Consuming the divine soul grass would bring him such a huge opportunity. Just as the system had said, he had really obtained a huge opportunity. His God-Fiend body had advanced from the first revolution to the second revolution, and his defense had reached an important level. Lin Fei had always believed that it would take a long time for his God-Fiend body to reach the second revolution. It would take at least half a year, but it had been brought forward by so much. It should be the help of the divine soul grass. The dreamlike existence surfaced in Lin Fei's mind. Divine spirit herbs and divine soul grass are a natural match. They contain the spirit of God. Lin Fei thought to himself, unfortunately, divine spirit herbs and divine soul grass usually aren't together. It's rare for the two to combine. I'm one of the lucky ones. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A massive divine sense surged out. A supreme giant stood in the divine fire space. Radiant godhood enveloped his massive body, making him look like a god that had descended into the world. My God-Fiend body has advanced to the second revolution, and my divine sense has reached the golden immortal level. It's indeed heaven-defying. Lin Fei opened his mouth. My divine sense contains godhood. It's equivalent to the divine might of a paragon. It's the same for my body. Whoosh! Lin Fei's body trembled as godhood covered his entire body. A divine might appeared, covering the sky and earth. The swaying divine fire stopped moving. What a great opportunity! What a great opportunity! Lin Fei laughed. For Lin Fei, he didn't have to worry about golden immortal experts with his second refinement God-fiend body. At the very least, he could ignore early-stage golden immortal attacks for the time being. When a spirit consciousness that contained godhood broke through to the golden immortal realm, it was countless times stronger than ordinary spirit consciousnesses. It could be said that Lin Fei had a lot of benefits. The fusion of the divine soul grass and the divine spirit grass is indeed a great opportunity. Lin Fei was glad that he had consumed divine spirit herbs in the lower realms. His body contained godhood. Furthermore, my God-fiend body seems to contain a body. My defense seems to be stronger. Lin Fei could feel that the divine radiance wandering around his body could even stop the divine fire. If I ever meet that golden immortal again, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Even though he was still no match for the other party in terms of strength, just his second refinement God-fiend body alone was more than enough to leave the other party staring at him helplessly. As for his golden immortal spiritual perception, there was no need to even mention it. Go! The golden immortal's enormous spiritual perception rushed out of the divine fire space, rampaging and extending outwards. Damn it, that kid must be nearby. Wu Shan's complexion had recovered significantly. He held an immortal artifact in his hand and was heading in their direction. Worried that he would not be able to catch up, Wu Shan immediately chased after him after recovering from his injuries. He did not want the other party to escape from him. Feng Xingzi did not believe that the kid would dare to stop. Are you sure? That kid is only at the heaven immortal realm. How dare he stay in a place like this? Doesn't he know that he's courting death? Wu Shan ignored Feng Xingzi. If it was necessary, he would not travel with Feng Xingzi. Whoosh! Leaves danced in the air as a shocking spiritual perception rushed over. The divine radiance was like that of a god descending to the lower realms. Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi were both shocked. Such a powerful spiritual perception shocked them. Facing such a spiritual perception, they had the urge to kneel down and worship it. The two knew that they had encountered an expert. Such a spiritual perception was most likely a peak expert at the late-stage golden immortal realm or above. The two quickly stopped and tried to retract their spiritual perception. The godlike spiritual perception was extremely strong and forceful. It forcefully shattered their spiritual perception. Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi vomited blood. It was not easy to recover from an injured spiritual perception. It was not like physical injuries that could be recovered with immortal elixirs. Senior, we are from the Purgatory sect. The first wave of spiritual perception had injured them. Their expressions changed drastically. If the spiritual perception really attacked, they would be killed. They quickly took out the immortal door behind them and tried to suppress the other party. The spiritual perception stopped and turned into a golden-armored giant. The overwhelming divine aura made it hard for them to breathe. Wu Shan regretted speaking. What was going on? He was tricked when he was chasing after a heaven immortal kid. Now, he encountered a golden immortal expert. Was he too unlucky? The people from the Purgatory sect should die. The cold voice shook their minds as if they had been sentenced to death. Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi's expressions changed again. Senior, please calm down, Feng Xingzi said hurriedly. This spiritual perception naturally belonged to Lin Fei. They could not recognize him after the transformation. They felt great. So my spiritual perception contains divinity and produces divine aura. It can suppress the opponent's spiritual perception. Lin Fei immediately understood that they had treated him as a senior. You intruded into my territory and disturbed my cultivation. You must be tired of living. Lin Fei changed his voice slightly. He sounded like an angry senior who was cultivating in seclusion. Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi vomited blood again. They were just looking for someone who knew that there would be someone cultivating in seclusion in such a place. Their luck was too bad. Senior, we really did not mean it. Feng Xingzi was terrified. We are willing to compensate you. Please forgive us. His spiritual perception was already so strong that no one could resist it. If his real body appeared, wouldn't he be able to destroy them? Compensate? Can you afford it? Lin Fei was straightforward. First, they were chasing after him. Now it was his turn. I was refining immortal elixirs here and failed. How are you going to compensate me? The two were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. The heaven realm and hell were huge. Just the north region alone was huge and boundless. Some immortals who refined immortal elixirs liked to be in the wilderness. These people hated to be disturbed. Once they messed things up, they would be furious and fight the person who disturbed them. This was a place where ferocious beasts gathered. Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi almost vomited blood. They encountered such a thing. It was no wonder that the other party was so murderous. If things went wrong today, he might really die here. Escape? They were both golden immortals. They cannot escape at all. Senior, please don't kill us. For the sake of the Purgatory sect, we will compensate you. Wu Shan struggled and begged. Chapter 754. Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi were filled with hope. They wanted to capture the kid who gave the order so that they could make a huge contribution and raise their status and power in the sect. Who knew that they would encounter such a thing midway? Just the spiritual sense pressure alone was enough to make them suffer, and they gave up the thought of resisting. As golden immortal experts, they knew very well that those old and abnormal existences amongst the golden immortal experts would strike like a bolt of lightning every single time they attacked, and they were capable of sweeping through all the experts of this cultivation realm. Not to mention the two of them, they were too weak to even be cannon fodder. They suspected that the person in front of them was a top expert among the golden immortals. Once he attacked, they would have nowhere to run. It was obvious that they couldn't leave, so they might as well fight for him to show mercy and let them go. In the North region, Purgatory sect wasn't a small sect. He had to give them some face. As long as he didn't kill them, everything was fine. Lin Fei naturally saw what they were doing. He thought to himself, I didn't expect these two to be so cowardly. Unfortunately, I can't kill them. Since I can't kill them, I might as well extort them. They must have some good stuff on them. Extorting golden immortals, just the thought of it was exciting. These two golden immortal experts had strong life force. It wouldn't be easy for Lin Fei to kill them. If my medicinal pills were so easily compensated, why would I have come to this desolate wilderness? You people really think well. Even a clay bodhisattva has a bit of anger. The golden-armored giant laughed coldly. Rumbling sounds rang out as the void around him crumbled. The two of them weren't ordinary people. Seeing this, they knew that they had a chance of survival. Don't be fooled by their anger. They didn't attack. This was equivalent to saying that they were afraid of Purgatory sect. As long as they didn't attack, they had a chance of survival. Golden immortals had long lifespans. Who wanted to die? No one wanted to die. If they could live, they would definitely choose to live. In their hearts, they hated that heavenly immortal brat to death. If it wasn't for him, how could they have encountered such a powerful expert, causing them to tremble in fear? They definitely had to take revenge. Senior, this is all I have. Wu Shan took out a black storage ring that floated in the air. Senior, please take whatever you like. Feng Xingzi also took out his storage ring reluctantly. Both of them were golden immortal state beings with quite a number of treasures in their storage rings. And right now, for the sake of their survival, they were willing to take them out. Just thinking about it made them want to cry. Who in the world had ever seen a golden immortal state being willing to take out their storage rings on their own accord? Lin Fei stretched out his hand, and the two storage rings fell into his hand. He did not look inside. Instead, he used his tyrannical divine sense to try and erase the divine sense on the storage rings. Pala pala, Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi vomited blood again. Their faces looked even worse than before. Senior, Lin Fei glared at him. What? Do you have any objections? They were counting on the other party to take away a few treasures. With their divine senses, they did not have to worry about their divine senses being snatched away. But just now, the spirit consciousness on the storage ring had been erased. The two of them were shocked. They had never heard of a golden immortal expert being able to erase a storage ring. Could it be a golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven? The two of them looked at each other and revealed a rare look of fear. They were trembling. To be able to erase the spirit consciousness so quickly, only a zenith heaven golden immortal could do it. Thinking of the other party's thunderous power, the two of them were shocked. Could it be that their luck was so bad that they met such a mysterious expert? A bunch of rubbish. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He was also in a state of shock. The divinity divine sense crushed down and erased his divine sense. It was clean and swift, and it was incomparably powerful. This was too powerful. Looking into the storage rings, there were indeed a lot of good things. This was their entire fortune. It was not a good time to count them. This time Lin Fei laughed. He actually blackmailed 2 golden immortals. This was so King exciting. A heaven immortal blackmailed a golden immortal. This was the first person in the heaven realm. However, seeing that you were sincere, this matter is not unforgivable. Lin Fei's tone relaxed, and he pretended to be hesitant. Senior, if there's anything you need, please tell me. I will not refuse. Wu Shan was scared out of his wits. The only thought in his mind was to leave this damned mountain range. Catch a heaven immortal kid? Like hell. If there was another one along the way, he would not be able to live anymore. The storage rings that he gave out could not be taken back. Who could bear such a loss? His entire fortune was in there, and he had to force a smile in front of the other party. There was nothing more tragic in the world. The immortal armors on your bodies are not bad. They can barely make up for some money. Lin Fei's eyes were bright. The immortal armors on their bodies were valuable. Immortal armor? Wu Shan handed over the storage rings. He had already lost everything. Now the other party was eyeing his immortal armor. If this continued, he would really be penniless. Senior, I'll give. Feng Xingzi took off the immortal armor without hesitation. A layer of immortal armor appeared on his body, barely covering his body. He turned to Wu Shan and said, "Quickly take it off. Are you trying to get me killed?" Wu Shan cursed Feng Xingzi for being a coward. He took off the immortal armor unwillingly. This was a divine-grade immortal armor. He spent a lot of money to buy it. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. If you weren't from Purgatory Sect, I would have killed the 2 of you on the spot. Your sect wouldn't have dared to make a sound. Lin Fei rolled up the immortal armor and snorted coldly. He thought to himself, good stuff. 2 divine-grade immortal armors. Much better than the 9 dragons' immortal armor. Feng Xingzi said flatteringly, "Senior, we have done as you instructed. Can you let us leave now?" If they could not leave after paying so much, it would be a huge loss. Wu Shan and Feng Xingzi were waiting anxiously. "I wanted to kill the 2 of you to vent my anger," Lin Fei said with a deadpan expression. "However, seeing that you all did it unintentionally, along with compensation, I can let you all leave. However, this old man's immortal pills are priceless. If I were to let you all leave just like that, I would be letting you all off too easily. However, if you're able to withstand a palm strike from this old man, you all may leave." Cold sweat covered their foreheads. A zenith heaven golden immortal was going to kill them. Refuse? They would die even faster. They might as well fight to the death. At least they would have a chance. Go. A pitch-black object rushed towards them. It looked ordinary. The 2 panicked and thought it was an immortal artifact. They did not check it out. Boom, boom, the 2 quickly attacked. They attacked the immortal artifact with their strongest attacks, trying to block it. The joint attack of 2 golden immortals was earth-shattering. The night turned into day in an instant. Swoosh! Rays of light filled the sky. An immortal appeared out of thin air. The space collapsed. His eyes were like lightning as he swept across. "You killed the disciples of my sagely Heaven Academy. You should be killed." The immortal slammed his palm down. Thunder rumbled. A vast and boundless aura was like an endless ocean. It lifted the veil and pressed down. Sagely Heaven Academy. Bang bang, the 2 turned pale. The immortal's attack crushed everything. They were crushed in the storm. The area within 10,000 li was leveled. Roar, 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 countless ferocious beasts sensed this powerful force and woke up. They let out earth-shattering roars as if they wanted to shatter the sky. Hundreds of beasts prostrated in the huge mountain range, shivering and not daring to move. Terrifying auras interweaved. F***CK. Do you have to be so fierce? Within the divine flame space, Lin Fei revealed a look of disbelief. There were just too many vicious beasts hiding in this mountain range, right? They were all interweaving together, truly terrifying enough. If he encountered them, wouldn't he be chased to the end? He subconsciously shrank his neck. It was terrifying. At the last moment, Lin Fei tricked them and used the sagely heaven order. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The roar of the ferocious beasts lasted for an hour before it quieted down. The beasts fled in panic. I wonder if they're dead. Lin Fei did not come out of the divine fire space. These ferocious beasts were in a rage. Who knew if they would encounter them? The immortal of the sagely heaven order contained an attack at the level of a golden immortal. They lost their immortal armor, so it won't be easy for them to just rely on their bodies. If I could improve my strength, I would definitely kill them. They got lucky this time. Controlling the divine fire space, Lin Fei left the place. Somewhere far away, two disheveled immortals lay in the bushes. Not a single part of their bodies was unharmed. Their auras were weak. It was a tragic sight. Wushan, you're a jinx. Feng Xingzi cursed. After that, he coughed up blood and his chest heaved violently. His injuries were severe. You're the jinx. If not for you, we wouldn't have encountered a powerful being and ended up like this. Wushan said resentfully. They had barely blocked the attack from the immortal in the sagely heaven order, but they were also heavily injured. Without the divine immortal armor, their defense was not as good as before. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Wushan blamed everything on Feng Xingzi. This guy was a jinx. Trouble had come. Feng Xingzi glared. You're the jinx. You're the jinx. The two golden immortals kept arguing, insisting on proving that the other was the jinx. They only stopped when they coughed up blood. Do you think we're the scapegoats? Wushan coughed up blood. Probably. Feng Xingzi coughed up blood deep in thought. They all saw the immortal that appeared in the end. It was an immortal from the Sagely Heaven Academy. They were in big trouble. Damn, we're in big trouble now. They all knew about the existence of the Elysium token. Within it was the will of an immortal that could unleash a powerful attack. Those who were struck by it would have their aura left behind. Not long after, the law enforcement team of the Elysium Academy would rush over. Wushan and Feng Xingzi wanted to cry. They finally understood why that final attack was so ordinary. It turned out that it was to make them act so that they would be the scapegoats. If the Purgatory Gate knew, they would definitely kill them as an apology. Wushan, you attacked first, right? Feng Xingzi asked. You attacked first. Wushan would not admit it.